Thank you very much. Please be seated. Honorable Kadiva Hamtumwa, the Governor of Hangwena Region, Honorable Cordelia Shilunga, Presidential Advisor and Head of Upstream Petroleum Unit under the Presidency, and your esteemed team, Honorable Ferdinand Chifidi, standing in for the Chairperson of the Management Committee of Hangwena Regional Council, Your Worship, Omri On Kavanja, Mayor of EENHANA Town, as well as other mayors present, all regional and local authority councillors present, Mr. Philippus Shilongo, in absentia, the Chief Regional Officer of Hangwena Regional Council, traditional and spiritual leaders present, Mr. Philemon Joshua, the Swapo Party Regional Coordinator, members of the business community, esteemed members of the Regional Development Coordinating Committee, youth representatives, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Omalele ponawa? Omulinawa? Yalong. Atpalele ponawa? Yeah, I o tapanduru nene shima jamukula ke shivole tu o otwala iko kuyanjo mbili ishtatame kola takashona ashiki hatuka ya commission program pa if I would like just to apologize for starting a bit late due to circumstances beyond our control. However, we are going to start with the main program now. My name is Etuole Haimbili. I am the Deputy Director, Development Planning at the Hangwena Regional Council, and I will be directing today's program. I would like just to quickly run through the program because there are some few changes that were made so that you can take note. Yes, we have started with national and AO anthems. We are then going to have a prayer by Reverend Lazarus Akwake, which will be followed by welcoming remarks by our own governor, Honorable Kadiva Hamtumwa. And then that will be followed by the keynote addressed by Honorable Cornelia Shilunga. And then after that, we are going to have a presentation on the overview of Namibia's petroleum industry by Mr. Petrus Sindimba. We will not longer going to have tea break. So tea break is going to be moved to lunch. You are going to have tea at lunch, ne? So we needed to re-strategize because of time so that we can finish earlier. Yes, and then we are going to have another presentation on the draft local content policy by Mr. Joseph Amakali. And then that will be followed by the question and answer session. We are also going to merge the question and answer session with the discussions and recommendations. That's all going to be done at that slot. Please take note of that. And then we are going to have the closing remarks by Honorable Ferdinand Chifidi. And then that will be followed by a closing prayer by Reverend Lazarus Akwake. And then we'll have national and AU anthems, which will be followed by a group photo. So we'll have a group photo after that. And then that will be followed by the lunch. And at this juncture, I would like to indicate that lunch is going to be served at a different venue, not here. Lunch is going to be served at the boardroom at the Ministry of Lands. So those that do not know where the Ministry of Lands is, please, the protocol will be directing you. That is the order of the program. Paninga mashika upukululongo vashona mo programa yetu efiku. Ya unene tu poka ima koka ike na kukala pota kutiwa o coffee ongeno okamito kuka no coffee opeka kufa poka shona opeka twala ike ko musha. Ya nomo nele ine ko ya longidirwa o mapulo no manyamukulo o sheo mafindilemo o atuke ininga ike pomito imwe ike ngenge o presentation adaningwa se konima kunyange ngota mane o atuka ninga atusho twa pumbiwe ni tuka fanekwe tuka ninge fanoli mwalike lo ntumbao o waiko upokonda ilo upukulonda ninga mo porhala yetu yonena. Yeah, no kwa mana pefimbo ndala yo kuifana pa honorable o reverend Lazarus Akwake. I would like to call upon Reverend Akwake to come and give us the opening prayer. Reverend.
Thank you very much, Director of this occasion. Let me honor and stand by the protocol as already established. My name is Lazarus Ifindwako Akwake. I'm a local pastor here for Evangelical Anglican Church of Namibia. Let me greet you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We are going to read the Word of God from Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 7, and it reads, "Also seek the peace and prosperity of the city to which I have carried you into exile. Pray to the Lord for it, because if it is prosperous, you too will prosper." That is the word of God. Brothers and sisters in Christ, we gather here reflecting on the powerful and significant verse from Prophet Jeremiah. This was the message delivered to exiled Israelites in Babylon, a foreign land, a place of captivities. Yet even in this situation, God called them, and God still calls us to actively engage in the well-being of our communities, because our own good is linked with the goods of others. This verse shows us the interconnectedness of the communities and the individual prosperity. This word highlights the fundamental truth, and the fundamental truth which is highlighted, and I quote, is, "If it prosper, you too will prosper." That is the truth we are living in. And it means that the welfare of our village, of our town, of our nations directly impact our personal well-being. When our communities prosper economically, socially, and morally, we as individuals and families also benefit. This means that we cannot afford to be indifferent to the challenge and the needs of our surroundings. We are called to be engaged in students, contributing to common goods, not just for selfless concerns of others, but because our own lives are tied or are connected to the prospering of the entire community. Therefore, brothers and sisters, we are called to pray to the Lord so that we can prosper for the goodness of all of us. In conclusion, let us embrace the divine mandate as highlighted in Jeremiah. Let us be active participants in seeking the peace and the prosperity of our town and our nations. Let us always have concern for each other. Brothers and sisters, with those words, let us encourage each other. Let us build each other. Our individuals' encouragements and the building of each other means that we will build this nation. Let us bow our head in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you today, inspired by the word of Jeremiah, to seek the peace and prosperity in place you are called us to dwell and to serve your people. We pray for our own towns, EENHANA, Helauna Fidi, Okongo. We pray for our settlements, Ongenga, Omgwelume, Onga. And we pray for all our constituency and our entire nation in Ohangwena. Indeed, for all community around the world. We ask for your divine blessing upon our leader, and you would grant them wisdom, integrities, and the heart for justice and righteousness. Guide their decisions, Lord, so that the peace and the welfare may abound for all Stygian. We pray for the economic prosperity of our community, that opportunity for work may flourish and increase, and that all their needs may be met. We ask for your hand of protection against any form of harm and injustice. Help us, Father, to be instrument for your peace and love, to serve our neighbor, and actively contribute to the well-being of those around us, even those with whom we disagree with. May our action and our prayer brings glory to your name, and to foster genuine peace and prosperity wherever we are. We pray in the names of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Akwake, for the beautiful words of wisdom. We move on with the program, but before we get to the next item in the program, I would like to indicate that this event is being live streamed through the Ohangwena MICT Facebook page and also on all NBC platforms. Please take note of that. Yes, going forward, I would like to call upon our governor, Honorable Kadiva Mtumwa. Yes, Honorable Governor, please come and give us the welcoming remarks.
Director of Ceremonies, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are we all well this morning? I'm very happy to see you. I'm happy to see the various OMAs. I'm happy to see the honorable councillors that are in the house today. And allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been very well established. However, singling out Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, the Special Presidential Advisor and Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit. Equally so, singling out Honorable Ferdinand Shifidi, who is standing in for the Chairperson of the Ohangwena region. On behalf of the people of the Ohangwena region, I must say that I am delighted that the Upstream Petroleum Unit, under the Office of the President, together with the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, has prioritized the 15th of September 2025 for the Ohangwena region to form part of the regional stakeholders and community consultation on the National Upstream Local Content Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you may be aware that the recent oil discoveries in Namibia through various platforms or public information entities such as newspapers and other social media platforms have highlighted the issue around oil discoveries. The Okavango Basin in the Kavango region, or East Kavango, Kavango East, is among the newly emerging oil fields that will eventually benefit the petroleum supply of the oil industry. Kavango region is our neighboring region, and it will not be surprising that one day it will be said that there is oil discovered in the Ohangwena region. Will it not be a joyous occasion? With these discoveries, ladies and gentlemen, it is with the anticipation that Namibia will be entering a new era of hydrocarbon exploration and production, which necessitated the government of the Republic of Namibia to therefore position itself to ensure that its inhabitants gain the knowledge and the expertise to fully benefit from these discoveries in the future. The main objective of the engagement today is to consult the region, inform the region, and to listen to us. And I think that is a very important element that brings us here today, that the Office of the President has come to listen to us and to hear our views, and in terms of what we believe should actually be included within this very important policy. The consultation also aims to raise awareness about the draft National Upstream Local Content Policy, gather feedback from communities and stakeholders, and build a shared understanding of how the policy can best serve Namibians. Director of Ceremonies, in light of the latter, and although Ohangwena is not part of the region with oil discoveries, Ohangwena is part of Namibia. Thus, we, the residents of the Ohangwena region, are here today to join the rest of the country to participate in the national consultations, provide input to the policy with the outcome that will benefit all Namibians from all natural resources within the Republic of Namibia. Importantly, the proceeds from the industry should be used to develop the country's infrastructure and its human capital for sustainable development. And here I really want to underscore the issue around developing the country's infrastructure as well as human capital. I think we are all aware that a country can only develop if its human capital is educated, is exposed, and is equipped with the necessary skills to be able to manage its resources. And therefore, we appeal to you, Honorable Shilunga, that this policy should really look at how do we sustainably develop Namibian people from all 14 regions of the country, as well as ensure that the region benefits through infrastructure development that will assist our country. The National Upstream Local Content Policy is a framework designed to ensure that Namibians fully benefit from the opportunities arising from oil and gas developments in our country. With the recent discoveries, offshore Namibia is entering a new era. This policy will guide how Namibia integrates its people, its businesses, and institutions into the petroleum value chain. It is critical to set the right foundation right now. while the sector is still developing, so that Namibians do not remain spectators but become active participants and beneficiaries, because yes, indeed, the oil is ours. We are truly honored to receive this wealth of information regarding this new industry, which is a rich and valuable resource that will help seize opportunities in shaping the future we aspire to have from the oil industry. We foresee opportunities for young people in capacity building, such as training in the oil extraction industry and in other petroleum industry trainings, and the opportunity for more investors coming to Namibia as a result, boosting the economy of the country. I think additionally, our gross domestic product can equally grow from the value chain that this industry brings through the service industry as well as through supply chain and procurement industries. I therefore call upon all our regional stakeholders and our communities as a whole to take ownership of this policy and ownership of this information. It is our shared roadmap towards sustainable and inclusive development. The policy is a draft. I encourage every one of us to participate today openly, freely. There is no question and there is no contribution that is a wrong contribution. But as Ohangwena, we must then lay our mark into and provide our footprint into this very important policy. Let me take the opportunity to thank the Upstream Petroleum Unit under the Office of the President, together with the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, for ensuring that the Ohangwena region forms part of this very important engagement. We also pledge our continued support towards future inputs and initiatives, knowing that the outcome will benefit the country as a whole, including our region. In closing, let me thank you all participants. Your inputs will form part of the bigger picture, which is the reality of the future oil industry in Namibia. With this information and knowledge gained from this engagement, I am proud to say Ohangwena is and shall always form part of the region that contributed to the national policy and the national upstream local content. I thank you and I welcome you.
Thank you very much for welcoming us, Honorable Governor. May we please give the Governor another round of applause. Yes, the next item on the program is a keynote address by Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, our presidential advisor, special advisor and head of the Upstream Petroleum. May we please rise when to accompany her to the podium. Honorable Shilunga.
Thank you very much. We may be seated. Honorable Kadiva Hamtumwa, the Governor for Ohangwena Region, Honorable Erickson Ndawanifwa, the Chairperson of Ohangwena Regional Council, in absentia, and hereby represented by Honorable Ferdinand Shifidi. Your Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Omri On Kavanje, regional and local authorities, councillors that are present, Mr. Philip Shilongo, the Chief Regional Officer in absentia, heads of department and the representatives of OMA, traditional and spiritual leaders that are present here, and I would love to recognize Reverend Lazarus Akwake, who just gave us a prayer from the Evangelical Anglican Church, Comrade Philemon Joshua, the Swapo Party Coordinator, captains of industries and business communities, members of the media, my own delegation, from the Office of the President, Upstream Petroleum Unit. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am truly honored to stand before you today, not only to speak, but to listen, to learn, and to walk with you on this important journey we are embarking together as a nation. Right from the beginning, I'm very much excited today by this engagement because of the tone that the governor has set. When I heard the governor stating that oil is indeed ours, that has finished the whole business of today already. In some of the regions that we attended, there was a question around whether oil is ours or not. Here, before we get into the engagement, the governor has already answered the question. Can we applaud her? Namibia has entered a new chapter in its history. After years of exploration, significant oil discoveries have been made off our shores. Discoveries that carry the potential to transform our economy and open new opportunities for our people. Oil itself does not automatically bring jobs, reduce poverty, and deliver prosperity. It is only through careful planning, it is only when we put up fair policies, and when we put Namibians first, that this discovery can become a blessing for our nation. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to engage with you on the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy. This policy is already approved by Cabinet. When we took it to Cabinet, and after the approval by Cabinet, Cabinet directed that this policy cannot be finalized before the regions are consulted. And that is why we are conducting regional consultations. We were in 3 groups. A group under Honorable Carlo MacLeod, who is the deputy of the Upstream Petroleum Unit. They are already done with their consultation in Karas, Hardap, Erongo, Omaheke, and Ochozonjupa. And our Petroleum Commissioner, Madam Maggie Shino, has led a group that took Kavango East, Kavango West, and Zambezi region. And our group is the last one, the group that I'm leading. And we have started in Kunene. We have already done Omsati and Oshana. Today we are in Ohangwena, and we are proceeding to Oshikoto. And that will mark the end of our regional consultations. Ladies and gentlemen, the policy that is placed before you is for your input. It's our national framework to ensure that our people, our businesses, and our communities benefit directly from Namibia's petroleum resources. What is the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy? I would like to explain to you in simple terms that this is a policy that is geared to ensure that Namibians are not left out and not left behind by the opportunities that are availed by the discoveries of the oil in the country. Therefore, government, through this policy, is calling for oil companies to employ Namibians. They must train and develop our young people. They must source goods and services from Namibian businesses and our local companies. They must also transfer knowledge and technology to our people. It is therefore ensuring that the wealth from oil flows into our homes, into our schools, into our clinics, and into our communities where it matters most. I would like to give you some practical examples. If a company needs 100 workers, as many of those jobs as possible should go to Namibians, especially to our young people, our women, and the previously disadvantaged people. If companies require services such as catering, transport, construction, accommodation, legal services, accounting services, telecommunication services, security services, just to name but a few. These services should be sourced locally, should be provided for by our local companies, creating business opportunities in our own towns and cities and regions. If specialized training is needed, it is our children, it's our young people who should receive the bursaries and scholarships to prepare them for the future careers in this industry. This is not just about jobs, it's about building a future where Namibians own, manage, and prosper from the oil and gas industry. I heard the Honorable Governor talking about Ohangwena not having a discovery. You never know. We are close by the basin here. Andrina, what is the basin here? Ovambo Basin. Yes, we are here, we are already in Ovambo Basin. And the whole country is divided in blocks. You never know where we are, whether we are seated on oil. So then future discoveries might come from Ohangwena region. How will we achieve the target of this policy? The policy sets clear rules and targets. Oil companies are expected to put up plans for empowering Namibians as individuals, as businesses. They will be monitored, and they will also be required to provide or to report on progress. They will be held accountable should anomalies be found. Government will ensure strict enforcement so that the promises translate into real benefits. Honorable Governor, we know too well from the experiences of other countries that oil, if not managed well, can become a curse instead of becoming a blessing. Where benefits are captured by a few, corruption thrives, communities are left behind, but this is not the way that Namibia wants to go. Namibia is determined to follow a different path. And that is why right from the beginning, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah have decided that this unit that is managing the sector, oil and gas, should resort under her office. That is just to ensure commitment, to make sure that there is transparency, and at the end of the day, accountability displays. Can we applaud our president for having done that? Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy is our safeguard. It is our tool to fight poverty, to build skills, to create and grow our local businesses, and to ensure that every Namibian has a fair chance to benefit. Let us all reject funding, where locals are used as mere tokens without true empowerment. Instead, let us embrace genuine participation that uplifts people, develop communities, and strengthen our economy. Together, we will rise. Fellow Namibians, this is our moment. It is our opportunity to ensure that the black gold that is discovered in our waters is transformed into real gold for every Namibian household. Let us build strong partnership, not only with investors, but with each other. Let us support our youth, empower our entrepreneurs, and hold ourselves accountable to the highest standard of transparency and fairness. This consultation, the community of Ohangwena, is your platform. Your voices we want to hear, your ideas we are interested in, and your concerns will shape the final upstream petroleum local content policy. Together, let us make it a tool that reflects the aspiration of all Namibians. I thank you for your presence. I thank you for your participation in advance and your commitment to build a brighter future for ourselves, for our children, and for the generations to come. I thank you for your kind attention.
Yes, this is indeed our moment, our time to make sure that we benefit from Namibia's natural resources. Please give Honorable Shilunga another round of applause. Yes, we are getting now to the core of the event. And at this juncture, I would like to humbly request the higher table to move on the other side, because we are now going to get into presentations. Yeah, there are 4 chairs on the front here. Colleagues, colleagues on the protocol, are we not going to move this table? Is it not on the way for presentations? Maybe we can, is it okay? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Yes, I would like to announce the House keeping matters, just to indicate that the ablutions are right at that corner. If you use that entrance at the corner on your left, that's where we can find the ablution facilities. Please, let's make use of them. Amakali, we are getting now to the presentations, and I need to be directed here as to which formality are we going to use. But I would also like to hear from the House whether this speech just needs to be translated, or we are all okay with English. Because I know Ohangwena's literacy rate is okay. Otapumbo kufatulwa mbero ipo piwa ya Jacob. Ilo tuleni nawa. Vangapi vapumbo kufatulwa. Pamwe just to get an indication. Vangapi? Yeah, tate kurupa pamwe natukaleje kontum napehenege popepina anu veri vavaji. Ta duruku fatulwa apo mulio posha shingengo taka fatulwa ne vali ndio te fingu tatoke likwata nawa. Ngaipi? Shabumbo kudikwa nawa. Natu fatulule. Okay. Raise a hand there. Okay. Okay. That is the concern. Yeah, maybe I don't know how am I going to do it. If yeah, papa ne kumenga kucha. E presentation ashita dikia ningwa aku. Do ne fimba inongodi ota dika translating. Okay? Ipopiwa shonfimane kwa ngolonia na nfimane kwa special advisor. Ndio tengo kujoko ili now. Yeah, shina atuka yani mufimba inongodi. Opone tate amakari mpopiwe la karoshi wambo. Yeah, tate sindiba o andike mvaterango, atuke mvaterango na tate amakari. Tutale kucha watu ya mongi pipe la kari atupopini. Kashiri na wangao. Yeah, lo. Thank you. Maybe we need to switch off the lights a bit, or how is it with the media? It will be too dark. Okay. The ones for on the roof, can we still keep them or? Okay, that is a recommendation from the media, so we are going to stick to that one. Oh, the podium, eh? Okay. Some colleagues to come and assist me here to move the podium. Yeah.
How do we move it?
Yeah, maybe should we put it down?
We take it down.
Oh, so you say it. Okay. Colleagues, please come and help here.
It's okay like this, eh? Yeah. I'm gonna do the slide myself.
Yeah, but it needs to be closer to the projector.
It's okay.
Yeah, maybe. Are you okay?
Uh-huh. Oh, I'm short. I will not be seen.
Yes, Mr. Petrus Sindimba is going to take us through the presentation on the overview of the Namibian petroleum industry. Yeah, that Sindimba take tutpalane mo presentation na yote ike tu pana na alela o efano longalo maholi ilo ikwa maholi ikwa nkuno ikwa maholi mo Namibia. Yeah, o ondiwete sha mane atuka ya mone mera kali tutale kucha atu fatulangari. Yeah, no. Mr. Sniba.
Okay.
Please take us through.
Thank you very much, directors of ceremony. I would like to stand on the protocol that has been observed. So I would like to just take you through a technical presentation so that we are on the same pace in terms of what is this oil that we are talking about, what is this upstream that we are talking about. From the other regions where we have been, there have been too many questions about upstream, midstream, and downstream, and why are we singling out upstream for this particular local content policy? Because even downstream does exist in Namibia, and I'm sure a lot of you are so much familiar with the downstream. So when we talk to a person on the street in terms of oil discoveries, what does that mean? Does it mean you can just get the oil from the ground and put in your car immediately? Or do you need to do something to this oil for it to be utilized for the purpose that we intended to utilize it for? So the oil that we have found is called crude oil, meaning it cannot be used in the natural state. You need to do something about it because before it can become diesel, before it can become petrol, before you can even find the tar that we are using for our tire rod. All those products, they come from crude oil. But when we get it from the ground, it is crude oil. And that is where the upstream stops. So you look for the crude oil, you find it. After that, what happens is midstream and downstream. So now let's talk about the upstream. I'm very glad the governor said there is a Kavango Basin. So that means we already understand what exploration is. Upstream starts with exploration. It means we look for the oil in the ground, whether it's in Oangwena or Kavango or in the sea. We locate it. Then we quantify. Is it too big or is it too small? Is it like an ocean or is it like a river? So if we get an amount which is big enough, like a river, then we are happy we can produce it. But if we just found a smaller amount like an ocean, we will say it will deplete very fast. What is the point? We will not put our money into that. And our intention is always to be looking for big amounts. And like my supervisor, Cornelia Shilonga, said, we have been looking, now we have found the oil. So it is in large amounts, and we can quantify how much we can produce. Now, moving to the stages, people ask questions. If we found our oil in 2021, when are we going to produce it? Because the governor said we must get our benefits so that we can build infrastructure. When I was driving on this road, I said, this road is terrible, potholes. Maybe we can now upgrade it with the oil money if it comes, something like that. That is what benefits other regions can also get. One Namibia, one nation. That's what we are talking about there. So now, since exploration is done, we are now at a point where we are saying how much oil can we produce and for how long? That is where we are as we speak. Then, from there, what facilities are we going to put up so that this oil can come to the surface? Remember, it's in the ground now. We need to go and take it from the ground in a safe manner. And I must tell you that the oil we found is in the sea. We have fish in the sea. We cannot afford to take it out and pollute the sea. Otherwise, then we destroy the fishing environment. It means it must come out in a safe manner, and it must be commercial. So our job now is to quantify how much it's going to cost us to put up this infrastructure, how fast can we put up this infrastructure, and how early can we start pumping already so that we are all happy to say, the oil is now out of the ground. Now, that stage of developing is going to take some time, but we anticipate 3 to 4 to 5 years for us to be able to put up all these facilities. Because remember, I'll give you an example of diamonds in the sea. You have a ship there which can stay there for a very long time to survive the weather conditions of the sea, and it must not cause any accident while it's there. The same is true for the oil. We need a ship right from scratch. It has not been built yet. It means we need to build now. Imagine building a ship which can have its own electricity, which can have its own rooms where people are going to sleep, which can have its own place where they can cook, which can have its own place where to store the oil. All of these complicated things, it's going to take time. That's why we are telling you, bear with us for the next 5 years. We are busy putting up that ship now as we speak. That is our thinking. The engineering part of it has to come to the table. The people that can build the ship and fabricate it have to come to the table. And then we have to cost how much, whether it's going too expensive or these conversations are happening as we speak. So that is development. Now, after we have developed and now our oil can be seen on the surface, we can now measure it and we can now start to talk about selling the crude oil. Not diesel, crude oil, so that somebody else can buy it and refine it for us into the right products that we want. Therefore, that stage, we anticipate it to take between 25 to 30 years of just producing that fuel. So the oil will be flowing. So when we are talking about employment, it means we can employ people between 20 to 30 years. And this is just on one ship. So when we are talking about goods and services, it means if these people are eating, then somebody is offering them those goods, supply them the goods, whatever they are going to eat there. If we are talking about measuring and maintaining the equipment that we are going to put there, somebody then has to do the maintenance and operation of this equipment. If there is technology that's going to be on the ship, somebody needs to learn how this technology is so that we can localize it. The idea is, since you are young and you are starting, you need to learn from others. So the employment might start that the majority is outside, but we want gradually our own people to be there. So that on the next ship, we can take these ones with experience to manage the next ship which is there. And because we will be having many of those, it will be good. In fact, onshore, if we find here in Ongwena, you don't need a ship. I can tell you that one, it's just like Nam water here. You put up something, pumps, you have a dam there, you start distributing through the pipes, and you start selling to the market. That's how easy it is if it was on land. However, in the sea, it's a different story. Now, although we want those benefits, there is a cost attached to this. And this is why we always say, investors, come and invest. So, as an example, on just one of these projects, it could cost us about 300 billion Namibian dollars. Imagine our budget is in the region of maybe 70 to 100 billion Namibian dollars, and for us just to spend money on looking for oil and gamble, and if we don't find it, we lose. I think you are the one who will complain that how can you put money in looking for things which you are not going to find. Rather, find people with the money, they look for it, they find it, then we can share the benefit in terms of how we can all benefit. So that is why we need those foreign investors to come in, because the government cannot spend that money. However, we are not saying that they should discriminate in terms of benefit. That is not my message. My message is it just costs more. So now let's go and see how we can benefit, because the cost is not ours, the cost is for the investors. Let's go to the benefits now. So our government have set up a law in terms of how we can benefit. So you can get this in the Income Taxation, Petroleum Taxation Act, together with the petroleum agreements, the license that we award to the people that are looking for the oil. And in there, number one is, once you find something in my ground, you pay for it. And we call that one royalty. So we shall charge a certain percent of all the revenue because it is our land, and we will collect it. The next one is, all the profits you make, we shall charge you for that profit. And right now it stands at 35% of the profit. And then we look at, if you are making so much money such that you can recover your money plus your interest, then the remainder we need to charge it more because it's the resource for the country. That one is called additional profit tax. So what we are saying is, all in all, although we did not spend money ourselves there, these are the avenues that the government have put up. So let's look at how much in terms of the percentage sharing this number is, because we keep asking who gets more. Is it the investors or is it the government? So compiling all those benefits that I was mentioning, and you add them together, and you get a good project that is doing very well. Government tends to get about 54%. So it means out of the whole revenue that we have to share, government can end up getting 54%. And this is now money that can be collected so that it can be used for infrastructure development. If there is accountability, if there is transparency, it must be the use of this benefit for the Namibians. And that is another topic for another day. Okay.
Sorry for disrupting. There is a feeling from the colleagues that maybe translation should be done concurrently. Otherwise, we are going to miss, especially now that I also don't have a background on the industry, maybe I'm going to get lost. So let me try. Adika fatara kenda baroko faturula nengo testa popi. Opoige tendere pa mujashi na me apia andika kanene mandara. Kasi na nga pa mo. Okay, so I'll try to do the interpretation jointly.
Okay. I think let me just summarize for a key takeaway. Yeah. We have said there are stages to looking for oil.
Yeah. That is number 13. Opena nga tudai oloka. Doko kongo maholi.
So in these stages, what we are busy with now is called upstream stage, the upstream stage, getting the resources from the ground.
Yeah, that's in a ongatune ituri muyo paife. Yo kongo maholi oyo ha ufanwa upstream. Yo oyo kufo maholi medu anomwe mefuta za shoto maholi kuli mefuta nchi. Ongatuko bone turi paife ongo shirongo.
This oil is not exactly what you use for your cars like petrol and diesel, because this oil is actually crude. It needs to be refined.
Yeah, but that's in a omonga to no maori ota kufa mefuta paife kaelina na orejo kulongi fa paife moi hauto ilo me dila ilo mukesho shwa shilongi fa mahori okwapungwa na tango kudimba opafike pongato.
And in our case, for this policy, we are just discussing how to locate that oil and how to bring it to the surface.
Yeah, no pongato apa ne turi paife mon findana nduna ulipo o otakutalika ike ngetu na kufo maoli mefuta mweli okwa eta kombata.
Now, the process of looking for this oil takes a bit long, but we are happy to announce that that exploration stage is now finished. We know where to look and we know where to find it.
Yeah, otatine okukonga no maoli ohakukwate fimbolile asike o tacho kuti tombili shashi ponga to apatuli peife o maholo ta mona no tuskucha ilipeni.
But there are still other more places to look for the oil, and we shall continue doing so in regions like Oangwena, Kavango, and others where we have not found it in big quantities.
Yeah, otatike natango o asike o ekongoro maholi nalikula me region nengasho mo Kavango no Mohangwena no me region tikwao okutarakucha operita kumonika natango maholi mahapu okuya komesho.
Looking for oil costs a lot of money, and it is very expensive for our government to utilize its own money to look for oil.
Ekongondele maholi halikula imarwi hapu nongene oshiri o oriska kashon oriska niswatcho yeah origo tasti o shani ko shiponga nge pangelo lata meko kutuli imaliwa mekongoro maholi eri sasho shinondilo onge no hale fele pono o bana imaliwa abo hadina ndo kombata shilongo opo oriska ikale mwinini.
And therefore we will now discuss that since the government is not participating in terms of exploration and spending money, how can it benefit?
Yeah, o shinde nga kucha shashite pangero italitura mono shimaru apeife mekongoro maholi o hali otali benefit amone shiki okuya komesho shashi okucha shashi diseri likolo maholi likolo shilongo epangero inango no bantu balobena ngalata mono muwa owane washiki uli mono maholi mo shilongo.
Some of the benefit is called royalty, which means you pay because it's my ground, it's my earth where you find the resource.
Yeah, ovone taka kufa mota trene pangero kufa mono maholi omweli mefuta o eside data meko kuningi imali wa yabanga o hafu tosho ashufana kuto royalty ofuto haifuta ke pangero morwa uyamba wanka mushirongo.
Then the next one is tax on the profit. So we tax 35% on profit.
Yeah, pangero hali mono natango uwa oku mona eishoshela ko imali wa yote iningwa ko mahangano e presendo milongo na to de imali wa yabo ta mono o haifuta o eishoshela kwa pangero.
Then there is a 10% for NAMCO for participating. NAMCO does not pay also, but it's given like a loan which it has to return back when you are producing the oil.
Yeah, NAMCO ne onge hangano ne lile pola pakolo shita kwa ni fasha kongongano maoli moshilongo nalo halipewa e presenda dilo longo ko kwa wata kongo maoli.
If anybody else other than NAMCO, you can also participate. You can apply for a license. However, we have to look at how you will get the money to participate. Like I was saying, it could be a lot of money. Any Namibian is free to participate also. Licenses you can apply at the Ministry of Mines and Energy and Industry, so that you can participate. We are not saying only NAMCO and the international people. If you have money, you can participate.
Yeah, takutiwane ova Namibia na tushini otwamanguluka okutula po shimaliwa shetu kufenyo mbinga mekongolo maholi. Yeah, na shefe iko kamba leo NAMCO ilo ova o investor do ati diponje ashike ngenge mo Namibia munano mando mwibanga kumwe muete kucho mahala kutula po shimaliwa mukako ngomaholi na yo tanturu kupiwo oshima shafana kucho license mumone o epitikiro lingao.
So in terms of the final benefit, a rough number which government can get on a good project is 54% of the entire project. This is the money that we need to collect and share amongst the region depending on how the government is seeing the priorities. 54%.
Yeah, otatine o epangelo hali tulunda tango kumona ko e presendo milongo nanonane dowa taudiri mo maoli omu o oshimaru atashia ko shirongo.
Yeah, so next time when we hear who is benefiting more, just have a little bit of those conversations.
Yeah. Mona kuiwa nenge ko module takutiwa ayo leta taka mono une ne kujama maholi omu na tukale ya tutimruka kuchanga epangelo lina mombinga na rotali duru kula tali mono owa no shiwa na sharo.
I'm very glad the Honorable Governor talked about GDP. So,
otacho kwa pandula sasio mfimane kwa government kwa kopya kwa shida chano no shima sasa fana kucha o GDP.
because these discoveries can also enhance other industries, it is possible, just for an example, if it is 2 projects, we are able to double our GDP.
Yeah, otati ne o shafi marune ne shitamona o mahori o sheshi o uyembe tu yo godula yo shilongo o te iduro ku dabula pa ifeke kwa to mona de billion na dili na to chi milongo mbali to budget ashiva tukakale tu na nande billion na dili milongo ne ilo titule fo.
Then the other benefits they have been mentioned: employment and procurement of goods and services.
Yeah, otati ne o wana tanga umwe uwa kulipota utudile ne me moniko maoli mo shilongo ole likucha otaka ke metodo ilonga oshoyo ilando lo le service ado ilo oyini ba mo shilongo ana ngisifale tataduruka kufombinga mo industry.
I must also tell you that our discoveries come with a lot of gas, so there are other opportunities to grow the economy. For example, producing electricity or making fertilizer from ammonia or selling the gas to the international market if it is a lot. But the timing might not be now.
Otatine okumona maoli na mo shilongo o mamonika yo omkuhapu omkuhe wa torongi fo hasan sia torongi fo kuteleka ilo kuninga mwini kwa otatine o omko oto duru na tango kupetela o maholi ilo okulongi fango mku kuchano mo shilongo ilo kulandi fa bonje na tango to duru kutetelo yo mongo shilongo.
And we are working around the clock separately from this engagement so that we can see how much gas there is also to benefit. So when there is more information, we will share at the next stage. But this is not the topic of today.
Yeah, otati ne o vitsa kidira na tango okumona kucha onko tuna moshilongo ufike peni ashike uyelelo to kuya na rekomesho o shishina shano nkuhasho oshipopuwa shatushonena nenotendela ike kupopia manga kombiga maozi.
Now let's discuss about the employment for our youth. What should our youth study if they want to participate in the oil and gas industry?
Otati ne bopeisha ngana tupupeni manga kombinga inashano ne te poli longa mo shi kondo shishina shano maholi kucha ovanya shavetu ovena na na kuilonga shike opovaka mone owa mo maholi hata mana moshiro.
You can see the list that I have. There is a lot of words. That means that there are more employment opportunities, but I can single out a few. Those who study geology, those who study engineering, those who study law, accounting, logistics, and I will talk about the level of the VTC later, but this one is just for those ones who qualify for degrees.
Yeah, otati ne o onshorondo done wo mito di longa o to etapo ko maoli o ule otaka kufa mwaike ngenonga showo wa bilongelo ini mai national engineer ilo geology ilo pamwe okilongelo veta ilo kuilongelo ini mai national valulo this accountancy no tati no ya fimana ngenune no kuja ponele pondo do pa degree ina popya ne manga national ne VTC no.
On the VTC level, similar to the way you have people working for water or electricity, we can turn all those people who are artisans, electricians, mechanics, into the oil and gas sector. We just need to give them a small upskilling.
Yeah, otati ne kombinga ne yova na skola o veriko ke VTC udene tunga showa kufana kuti artisana ilo
Mechanics.
Ilo ha pangere nando kuli ilo over ha vilongera nando marusheno ota dulu na tango kukufombinga mo industry ina shano maholi.
I think the conversation should just be about how we structure our curriculum so that they are at the level where it is easy to retrain them into the specific sector of oil and gas.
Yeah, utacha ikyo otapumba iko kuyelula po o ilongwa ihatu vape oponana vakale vena o e japodo tati tuku mweno industry.
Me Cornelia Shilunga talked about technology transfer. Because we are working with very complicated technology here, we now need to see how ourselves we can learn this technology so that at the end of the day, come 10 years, 15 years, we are masters of this technology and we are able to innovate and contribute to this technology.
Yeah, onfimane kwa shirunga kwa popia pepa kucha o shafima runene o kuyanja o teknika to dikwa avone tave ya moshilongo veushi uvape upewa vakalimo onge o shafima nane mona kuiwa ngengo bakalatu nanu o wino teknika o potuka pale o industry iko mesho 7 ngova Namibia.
So those pictures I was just going through are examples of some of the technology which we'll need, but for more detailed information, that one we can always have an offside conversation.
Yeah, o teknika na uta popi, umoyo ota ulikwa mama fano iliko shiperende. Otati ne itatoka ya mona no fafa pa ashike o atu duroka ya mongo pe fimbolinya lo mapolo na ndo kulilo na mo lo kupopia.
Now, allow me to go to the current status of our industry, the activities that are happening, before then I conclude.
Yeah, utase iko kwa lege kuya komito ulike kucha oshike na na shiki motashi nyenge pe fembo industry ina shano maholi mangine ya pe kulilo shipopi wa shai.
This license that you are seeing here, those are the blocks that Cornelia was talking about. If you want to participate, the one where there are colors, they are taken. The ones where there are some hatches, it means those lines, it means they are under consideration, they have not been awarded yet. The ones where there are just white gaps, those are available for application. Of course, maybe the process may need a little bit of explaining, but more information you can get it. But what we are saying is, there is a lot of potential.
Yeah, otati ne ke fa dondo lori liko shiperende otuete ko u bloka o veri opo va kwa toshirongo asisi otati ne o veri ne mama luvalavo o u bloka o va kufa kona leke kamba ni tadi kongo na roma holi ilo pa monika pa pena pa monika maholi ovo ne veri mo va fa tenda venu mu finda veri nga o ovo o muna mahanga no elimo na leta ta kongo maholi na ponetu ete pena ike oluvala litoka tashiti kucha opo penelo do papa turuka kukesho wahala kuka kongo maholi kwa kumba yoko ya ko ministry etamono license aka kongo maholi.
Then, like we were saying, in looking for this oil, we have done our level best. Since independence, you can see we drilled, but we did not discover anything. Lucky enough, from 2021, just after COVID, we started discovering. And you can see wherever we are looking now, we are at least discovering something. So that is very good news.
Otati ne okuta JKP manguruko mo dola mavyo vilma felongo no minongo ngoi o shirongo shakara tashikongo maholi ashike o maholi okweke kuitua mo dola o minongo mbali na imwe o mo mamonika ngonelela o maholi ewetike kucho kwa wana kuya commission no kukufamo onge ovakala talongo no okujeke pe manguruko fio pe ifenga.
Now, when it comes to which companies are sitting on these discoveries, because if you want to look for employment, you have to be employed by one of these companies. If you want a contract, you have to work with these companies, goods and services, technology. So it is always good to understand which companies are those. So these are our priority discoveries that we have now. So one, you can read them there, but let me allow my honorable to translate.
Yeah, otati ne o shafima nane okukala tushe kamba dine di damono maholi mo Namibia. Kuchanenge no ohala omito ilonga ilo ohala kuningonge fana ngo Namibia o shafima na ukale una ushe kamba ne dodo ne takaya mention ndo do pe ifenga shita utaturi kwa shiperendo.
So it is very important that next time when you attend a conference or you want some more information, these are the companies which you can, for example, register with to be in their database so that you can be a supplier. And they should be able to give you information. And if there are some issues, to approach them, you are free to come to us to assist you.
Yeah, otati ne o shafima nane ponga to ituri pe ife opo tukale tushinana kuche kampani edita damo no maholi mo Namibia diripi opo ngengo unangeshefa ilo una skolana no kulito Kongo ilonga ilo pamo nyasha wahala ilonga kala ulimo nshrondodo we kampani edi opo uhapitiriwe ponande nando kusha nongengene ku katueteni kucha atushende ngeipi oshafima na tu kwatafane no shikonbeshi ya shirongo no maholi opo vetu ipuelele na wawe kwa kuche kampani edi diripi pono tadi monika peni.
So in conclusion, what can you do for us?
Yeah, no pekulilo no tati ne oshike na tanduru kutuningina.
Yeah. Number one, people keep asking questions. Are you still going to look for oil and are you going to produce it while there is a transition? The answer is we want to maximize on our resources. Please support us. We want to get the benefit. Although there is a transition, we are aware we will keep on maximizing on our resources. The conversation about how to deal with climate change, we are taking it into consideration in terms of our designs and our projections for the future. So support us.
Yeah, otacha ike okwahala ike ku atu shenyonga ba Namibia tu lenyu ko nikumwe opo tu supporte o shikondo shita shikongo maholi ba moshilongo o kuchano o mushike eshivahala utapumba iko kuva supporta setara kujatu ni komishonga ipi.
The next one, we should educate ourselves so that we are able to position ourselves to get the opportunities, whether we are businesses or whether we are looking for this for jobs, because it is going to be competition. It cannot be a free handout.
Yeah, otacha ike otapumba ni no kuilongida baife kuchane ngendo nuwa hali ilonga ilo hala kuningonke shifamo shikondoshi na hama holi wapumba kutameka nina ukale uilongikida shashi tashika yanjwa ikenga inyo tashika yanjwa kanu abata dulu iloke ngeshifadi tati dulu shashi otapuka kala peno mafia fanepo.
The third one, we are very happy that you came in your big numbers. So whenever we roll out this initiative of consulting you guys, please participate so that you can shape the direction of the policies, laws, and the regulations.
Yeah, otacha ike no pehuli kwa la kumpandula shimwe ya momwa ruhapu okukwikina nge o shikumungusho na shano maholi moshilongo tashende no tati ne kucha no mona kuiwange ngeta ko kaifano yongalele yo rujeri kaleni hamfiki opomo apitiriwe po kwa shota tashikunda fano ilo tshilipo shipetashia moshikumungushi na shano maholi.
I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Otacho ko mpanduru nene neikenda barango mouda kona wango yalo. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sindiba, for taking us through. Na tumpenya romake, kwetupa ekukuloshi mana na kutotulipe ni mo shkumungweshi. O upulove tu no conseil avatu na natu vadidirikeni, sashomito iya kukapulote ikea. Watu tikire kono no presentation na landurako. Please let's take let's note down all our questions and concerns, because we'll only be having one session of asking questions after the following presentation. The next presentation is by Mr. Joseph Amakali, who's going to take us through the presentation on the draft local content policy. Mr. Amakali hapo pia la kari atupopi. Ndio te na kutoka kumbo kupatulwa hilo. Ndamwange kwa. Ya lo tangi nene.
Oweliki wo programa Honorable Governor Msimane kwa memekadiwa hamtumwa Msimane kwa memeka onili ya shirunga mtsewo UPSTREAM Petroleuum Unit yomuganji maele ikalekewa kompresende wa Shirongo nandithika memano ndili ndalanduro protocol njia tu wapo ndasimaneka alelia muhe de mutara na kwashiwana twathikeni ngambo pine washiwambo elakali kuninginino ne ndio tenga kutia atukuva thani ningane shashi atushini awambo hasho yaro nongero punangane ngwa pumbwa ndiye moshingirisa nasho andivuru andika popike directly mo shiwambo shashi oshosha purwa koshiwana shimoshitopora shahangweni so inatuka kati tunoshimashia kutia na putorokwe andipo pike ndukira mo shiwambo nongero punangu kuvite kongeshira shitia shiraka lyo kuningini no shanyengana but andianga tutale kutia tuhulire na shopeni ya ngai dinanjo Yosefa amakali ndi omuganji maelego pa unongo noni kumeme Cornelia Shirunga ngweli oyo ntse wa Upstream Petroleum Unit mombele wa yompresidente wa Shirongo mano ndinapo presentation ane inasha no mushango wangu ulipa makegeni hono mshango ulipa makegeni mono Upstream National Upstream Local Content Policy ngono wali wafaturu wa kumeme Cornelia Shirunga kutia wali wateblingwa mu kabineta takuganjwane wa provisional approval anjino kutia o document na ifaro nego shiwana ngashine tatu shiningi opomuke tupe amaeregeni unatu na matu apukitha nenge tunashitwa thiga po inatushitura akuti wa mosho ambo kutia yadikwa neno ntsegumwe that's why to yakunene tukunda thanini otashiningwa ne mu mikaro kutia ne epuro wapura omagwethoropo epuro nalyo gwethere kwashike ngero shimina shira shara kuti natushielitha nao tunano kushielitha na nditameke no kufatura kutengera otakupiwa local content otakupiwa na nawashiki local content da ngero totala upiko ipope no kutala ini mailini atupopine kwavuziwa no kupopiwa kutia local content o anno erarakano tohala akwashigwana Namibia kwa monika no mahori ndishi otuhara akwashigwana Namibia yamone koma uwana otamu mono koma uwana anu kwate watene ngini ngero takupopiwa o participation ano kukuthombinga mo industry njino mahori otovuru ku participatinga ongonironga torongero mahangano ngano ga mahori owagamenwa ko policy njo ilipo makigeni otovura tango okukuthombinga onge omnangeshe fatoganja o services ano do marupe giri no giri atupopine kutia ngire mwakoneka msimane kwa statistics ndibashiko itafaturura okwapopi apo shimata popi kutia otuipya kidhira okutunga oskepa njono taikarongithwa okukuthoma holi mevi mefutane na ndifature nga kutema holi kagerike ngane mefuta maholo gamoni kwa mefuta shiri mo Namibia ashike otakabulu kumonikwa no muhangwe na ikemu okamepa okalita ya mwali murukirwa kaulika bloka do maholi hereda tuwapo ke pangero otashiti kutiana tango moshitoporwa meniro shirongo kashishimo meta mvuru kukongo maholi tapo pine tati kutia oskepa nenjono oyapumbwa anironga neshi eri moskepa mono oyapumbwa ikuli nduga ne kutia nduga ne kengeshe fane anironga yapumbwa ikuli ambita ili waka anironga Namibia yelimo skepa njono taikufuru omaholi na ize ne ka kwashiwa anangeshe fa Namibia biono taivuru kwa adikwa moshirongo shetu tushesheni ngana akutia otuna atunyengwa ngero tashia ke product kikulia omarudhi gilino gili opuni imati mwe hatuikusa moshirongo shiri puna imwe haizi moshirongo bine taizi moshirongo na iganjwe ne ka anangeshe fa ka kwashiwa Namibia ogono nkaro umwe tuvuru kuthombinga ne saatu popine ngenda popine imati mbiono ni kulia mbiono taiganjwa ne nena tupopi good onkaro gumwe meme hoteleke oshike uno catering company otovuru na tango okuhororwa okuhiringwa kihangano ukakale toganja oketiringa moskepo otunjo meme hotsu usira wepungu kuti usira ne omahango twati kuti industry na ikaoningwe ne kakwashibwa na Namibia twaro kutia na nironga mbata akaronga nemono otwazane kitopora ya roka owambo kavango name it. So awambo hatuline isima mahangu akwetu natumone ngomiti okuli usira wetu mahangu meskepa nemono owini mane mbeno ngeta kupya egutsane tovuru okuganja koma hangano ngontagaro mahori human resource ndi fatura nale kuteto kusombinga ongo nironga ya ne services adono ongani ni matu opinyo in short alera pa uhupi oloka content okuganja ongushu ko economy oshirongo through participation okupitira mekusombinga lya kwashibwa na Namibia onabu kadiva hamtuma okwapo pyatati omahori ogetu oloka content policy oyatungwa po shikwatelera ko katendo efere ko constitution akekotamango yoshirongo sha Namibia hono takapopita kati keshe resource yili moshitopolwa sha Namibia ngirato moshitopolwa sha Namibia atupopi engamba mapa shulira engamba letu kombanda nenge virikoshi yevi oda Namibia na Namibia okone kwatungirwa oloka content policy shoshone tashipopi ompopi ngwe wapopi wako onabuka diva kutia o mahori ogetu shone shakwashiri pale kwa neko katendo koneho setatu weda kone ngondo na tango ko policy njono konshangwango munapo make okupitira mo Petroleum Exploration and Production Act of 1991 njono ya faturura lera kondandarunde ini maisha hene kontra katadiga njwa ngenironga wa mahori no kurongwa mushirongo no sho kutia Namibia okwaga menwa mukwate watangipi oloka konteta atupo pyo value ashike natango document ino kala ya bekingwa ano ya gamenwa ke documenta deveta dilino dili sene otoyapone no document nshambango munapeke mono oguli mo draft format utashikuti oshimasha shangwa inashipewa na tangwe pitikiro na mara nena dotapo pingane kuchapewa epitikiro provisionally bapo shie shaharo kuti otwa drafting ane tuetapo shituetapo atuyane koshigwa nanga shisha zino kufatura metetekero kutia otuna engundu vili merijina da oroka atusho tatuganja uyelele wafathana nama wangweni naipaterwa neponje keshori jina mo Namibia oyamona omito ya otwa harane shitatu zimano omaerenga tatu mupene okuzanga ko karas okuzanga ko kuneni okuyasigo ko Zambezi otatuka kutumbane okangundu haka turwa po kipya kiviro kweta po omshangwango otatuka kutumbane rwa hugunina tatuturamone otatuka vindane shashi ondine kila kutia omaere twapeo kuzira ko hangwena opunaga mwetaga kasa kumeno maere gazira ko Zambezi punaga mwetaga sana maere gazira ko Msaki otatuke gatura ne kumwe tatukusapo no maere gafatha na tukuse mulimwe maere tugagwedemo ne monjangwa nengu yone o upstream petroleum unit ne jirine mombere wa yompresidente tai yakalirwa pokume me Cornelia Shilunga oyone taika kwa shilipaleka no kutura mironga o policy njo ilipo makegeni bo o efano le ralio rene no potuye po no document anjono otweta po mukwatyambu ya kutia number 1 otweta po o mshangwa uli pa mthikago pa uyuni ngero tashia pe veta do kurongo mahori gone natango tatuweza mone mukwachane mbono mo pondondo pa uyuni otwa halane akwashibwana ngera to pa no punirongolera mbiano gashirongo ya Europa mbino mahori ya longa lela akwashibwana ota mono uwana wa mahori so otushenike irongo ya Afrika atusheni tulimono punanga ngika tushikuti cyane mirongo ya Afrika mahomapu no mahori uneno tosakanike puro ndia kutia demo na Namibia mono mamoniko mahori itamuke yangane conflict na yoroka oshotu sheni ya Afrika ashiki irongo yoponje ya longa to such an extent akutia akwashikwa na otamono mawana yo eno mbili ne randura sana ito ili ngane mirongo ya Afrika ashike Namibia itaka yane onjira njusho shone twetapo omshangwanengo saatu popine kutya andone lela atukadhenga omthindo mano kutya a goods and services o workforce otaizi moshilongo shetu sha Namibia atupopine inima mbi atuvulu kulonga moshilongo shetu atupopi omaunongo ngageli moshilongo senatango tatutsikileo natango kutya omaunongo nandone katugana gagwanapo na tukambadhale tuthitike tukale twawanithapo uunongo mbu wapumbiwa moshilongo oshike nana ashe twetapo opo tutulepo omshangwanengo nabo pitango metetekelo kutya twahala epangelo lya Namibia likutheko ano oshitopolwa shino shomaholi olyo likale lishikwatela komesho nokuninga shike ano likale lina enkondo olyo oene ngashi shatumbula mokatendo hono ethele kutya omaholi getu ga Namibia saatu popine kutya otuna uhundi okuzanga kemanguluko siwopondo tamatu athikama olusheno mo Namibia inalugwana ngera ndi popine olusheno ndahala netukonekeni kutya ngera kupopio maholi onotakala ne alimbirwa kutya omaholi no lusheno o energy nenjo oshike nanawo bashike vivilikane kutya ngera tufatura pa uteknika o energy omaholi kenga tulongithango natango you are using energy shoshikwa natango onsimane kwa sindibo kwa fatura tati omaholi ogamonika mwakwatelwa omku ohasa nenjono oyono shima shimwe tashivulu kulongithwa okutulapo olusheno nelela ngashi tulunini nando metungo mutulimo otuna ehangano lilimo Namibia BW Kudu BW Offshore mbono oyipyakivila noku develop ano o field njono yo BW yomukungu ya wamonikile ko hasa evula da pita 1974 oyahala ne elalakano lyao oyahala okutulapo shono tatuti o gas to power plant o station ataitulwapo tamupampingirwa ohasa kokombinga huya takuzirushena tatu anjakaneke neno shilongo ashishe ngero tashishwa natango tatufala ponje oshilongo ngere twafala ne ponje oshilongo ngano twashiti kutya otweta natango iyemo moshilongo okuzilira menzo dona tufala ponje oshilongo saatu popine kutya otwahala okuganja osapota ko economy oshilongo mara ngera tupino maholi inatuhalike ne enzo imaliwa mbino taizima maholi yukilira ike mo industry yo maholi otuna o economy atungwa po me sector da oroka agriculture tamkape no mining nini moinji no fisheries ini magwetwapo omaholi gamonika mo Namibia holike ogenji ndere ngukori ashishwano kulike hegumbo talivulu kulongo maholi ngeno tuvulu kutya egumbo ke heli mo Namibia nalipe monando ebare osadalo yo 20 or even more ukalongo maholi wengwe mwene ashiko tatutine kutya shashi olisoso ilipo ne yapitilira o revenue taizi mwene mo lisosamo na tukwafwe inaitalike kombinga njono yo maholi na itulwe me different sectors so na kwashiwana ne a Namibia ngero twa diversify ngane o economy itatuti a Namibia atushe tukakale twa uka ko maholi tatudhimbwa sector limwe lilili itashishua so imaliwa na ilongife across sources of the economy dhili muhangwena nadho na dhiambulepo ikunino okumoni iparutha nao na iambulepo atulongithane imaliwa mbeno okuza mwenzo dhino nezo maholi nokutya ne kutya otwahala okuprioritizing ngalera kutya a Namibia oyo yapewe o privilege tango na tango andi acknowledge otuna inima katuina moshilongo ya pumbiwa okulongithwa me industry dono o me company dono da pumbiwa ke company do tadi longo maholi ashike tatuti ne bitu na moshilongo nongere katuina moshilongo na tukonge onjira ngenini mambino inoku ya moshilongo nena konkarongono opika atuvuru kwachilipalika kutya a Namibia konono atusheni tulimo Namibia otatumonenyo mawanawa kuzane mu maholi ya no shikutike shino kutya otunangane as kuti you previously disadvantaged Namibian otu harano kusaponga eurokondiono pokatika numbaye limonawa nambane ka elimonawa unshangwangono oshoneta gupopire inima orupendio ya otu ikwatelera ne to the following principles shitu atura pono document danjo ya o iraraka no to haro kutunga po o shike okweta po o development njono iri impactful mo ngara mwenyo Namibia keshi ngerato papi o development iri impactful o to hara kesho kanono ka Namibia kutyongwe iri monkunda deep in the village akale amona o impact ya mahori kutya ngara mwenyo ange yashenje sato papi ne kutya o industry o mahori o industry imwe ya nigo shiponga dhidhirika o mahori oshima shimwe shiri frameable hashivuru kupyambara atukiyadha tulimo kwa tyambuyano kutya ngeri natuka kwatana o mahori na ndome futike shitatuka rongo atukiyadha twa kosinga twetapo o damage ano twehameka ushitwe mefuto muneshi o maholi ngono nena ngoga spiringa mefuta o industry yeshinjono taiga kala ya affecting ba otatura pone o mirando o polisi njono yikwatirira ne ko mirando dhino kutya best practices o ukareka po unjoroere anironga kesheta rongo mo industry njono hamurongisa mashina ganiko shiponga otwa harakeshe onkwashi na tarongo mo industry njono una wa boarding aeroscape shunake umbo nombili inokaniso shiro shoye shorutu kapuno no ahulitha opo kafike ka holikero nombili saatu tine na tukelele ne okwehameka ushitwe nina standard adono opolisi njunatara ne kutya unano maholita garongwa utarongwa munkarongo ya kutya ushitwe nanu itayehamekwa saatu popine kutya otoharane na tango okukala tuna ekwatathano o partnership between epangelo no mahangano nengono tagarongo oshoshi wanasha Namibia na tukelele nine na tango embumbo o mahoro ndako pimetetekero kuti ogetu wana nongera tukarongeni atuganjeni ukutumbu ina upumbiwa nena tukiyadha tulini mu kwatyambu ya kutya shitu ya mano tatu popine kutya otohara Namibia kihe amone uwana hatu shenya tuke umone ni shasho tuyaponale no mukarongo ya wapuka saatu popine kutya ngashinde shitu no kushitumura metetekero o maholi nagatulwe po ilonga na ilongwe shikwaterwa pandondo yo pa uyuni njombo ana ya o anditumbura na tango kutya mano ndafatura na kutya lera atuzengo mfindo mano eto poli ironga atuzengo mfindo mano twahala kwashiwa na etu a Namibia o yakwatere commercial industry njino twahala ne tatuti na apewe ne unongo onda harano kufatura pa ushipi kutya otuna o situation njino ngashinda fatura ne kutya katuno nseo yihwapa anumbaye no nseo ashona yo industry yonene itatuke iwanitha so unane ehangano talirongo maholi ehangano ekwirongo talirongo maholi mo Namibia taliti ne kutya mo Namibia kapuno nungu tavuru kukwatera commercial ironga onumba mehangano mono onungono na pewe ne o Namibia akale o understand onungu yano talongo nomhona opo apewe unongo yeno mhona talongo opo konima yevura dhontumba dhidhatuwapo onungono yakakuthepo oshina kuwanithwa sho oshimasho no one imwe yominima mbino atutala kutya ehangano kesho tali kathiminikwa otweshitameka naye nokuli kutya na akale yena Namibia eyakalelapo opo yaganje unongo ko Namibia ngono oyekwevura dhokomesho akakwatele komesho ehangano ndio saatu popine kutya yoshita etamone o technology ndisho tatungune embelewa yo tatungune escape satukara netu na a substation adi hadi supplying inimation bia pumbio o mahoro shi mashimwe hashihurupo it's a non renewable resource limwe lyomo masiku maholi nakakahulapo o technology nenjia kwali yarongithwa ethimbo ndio maholi gapo ne inailipa wapo inaihana wapo naiganjwe kana Namibia sitatutala kutya atukeilongitha shiki ya noshimba shindapo pingane kutya otunangane SME dhono twahala dhie pombanda dhikoke saatu pene natango kutya otwahala ne kudiversify ngamo economy natwali kutala mo industry imwe napo pene kutya andone national ownership yikalepo saatu pene ngane kutina tudhimbwe ningashinde shipopi kutya skill gap tunupya kadhinge otasha kombinga njono natango opotu twetepo unongo kale ulipa mfika otashika kula investors dilongithe ngane imali oyinji bino yini manga imwe aivuru kutulithe hangano mtseko bebe ukushuni mtsemi peta kutya kona Namibia kakuno skilla andithimini kwa opondilongithi imaliwa ndi ganjo training ka Namibia ya atopinga nini mambino issue ngashisha tumbura kutya fronting issue of fronting oshimane shilile la very serious fronting ehangano ekwirongo lyamo shirongo umomuna no policy taiti oveta taiti ne kutya otwahala a Namibia omahangano ga Namibia ogo gipya kidhile no industry yo Nigeria ote atati ondini maliwa oveta enyo yakirira ngindista mekongeshefa otandi kukuthane andipo pine tate haimbili andikuthane tate haimbili me mishangwa ano me founding statement tate haimbili okulimo esif oye mwene we hangano ndio na tutie oveto taiti kuti hangano politalike kwe Namibia unoka dine president milongo nhano na imwe dom Namibia tate haimbili okulimo ena president dio milongo nhano na imwe ashike konimane hakuti ya gentleman agreement puna noka gentleman agreement we tate haimbili asaina tati I have 0% yota pewike ngano kamaliwa kihako monjato mara kena no kuningiko matokoro mehangano ndino kena mugena ndo matokoro wono oshimashono otashi twetere ni upyakadhi shotashi defeating anatango opepo sayo kuturapo omshangwango document njo policy lipo makireni na tushikilele ni oge patriotic Namibians atukaitwa vivirike ni nena tango kutya owagamenwa mkwirongo ngote atati kutyangwe kunimaliwa ngandira pimaliwa shapo tokaliko oshipara shehangano mo Namibia ndiferinga ko document njono nonungono ngotashishiwa na reportingwe na lopotwe ko line ministry nenge ko unit njia turapo sitatutana kutya ono konkalo guni atukashulithapo omikalo zorupendo ya setatu ikelele ningane natango tatesi ndipo kwa popile tati kutya tupenye evura dili nano opongika tukakaletwa kusama maholi mevi ashike tukoneke nine ngere itaturo ngere ni kumwe akwashigwa na Namibia otatu kiadhe ni evura dikapita evura nano dapita po maholi nagaza mo mevi omoro ashike shashika tuneni erongero kumwe atuna nathani ngutati ai opolisi yapuka utati no epangero lyapuka ano corruption nini maisha mbeni ya niku ulingiringi na twistopeni petameko manga tuleni petameko lera inatuki yadhe ni tulimi kwa mu mikaro dhiamu kwa tiamu yangashi tunirongo ne ya Angola tunirongo ya Nigeria kwa shiwa na yoeno maholi ya shika utamoni huna ya okutura pone okuwanitha pone oveta njino taipopiwa tapopine kutya honabukone ya shirungo kalera po Upstream Petroleuum unit njono iliko shio ya president yo ne taiga kwatera komesho kwa chiliparega kutya oveta dishe kutya no policy njono tunapo makemono kutya no Upstream Petroleum Petroleum Exploration and Production Act njono ilipo eveta dishe di national industry no otadika ungaungwa no kuturwa po kwa chiliparega kutya ini moyarandua ko Upstream Petroleum unit tatukana netu nanankungwa kalera po kusa disindimba mbono oyo ya kalera po epangero okukuthombinga mo industry yo maholi okutya okuganja uteknika shashi uteknika ndisho shimangane shapumbu nene ngeta shama mapangero ngai mwene ndathika mamono I'm also a technical person ashike shimatwe shibalansa mukwatia mbuno kutya na ndono tuna uteknika tauka njoku kuzira ko namko na tuinekera ngane shashina withika menapo na pukalenga pona na tango ana wino mu teknika yeliko mbinga njiye pangero huno akuti wane regulators okwapo piwa kutya otwaro kuganja o skill transfer o knowledge aka Namibia opo turaninge no industry tunane hangano ndino petrofanda liatulwapo okukwachilipaleka kutya otakuganjwa training tate sindibo kwapo piko mbinga yo vocational training tapo pina tango ke skills adila pumbiwa opo kuningwe shike ku Namibia ilongene tukakutheko no industry njino namko ena oenena o responsibility njino yokukwachilipaleka kutya Namibia oyamona okuganja ne scholarship nongashinge shatupo pingino ngika andike indira ombere wa yonsimane kwa memeka diva hamtuma opo yemone application form okuzira ko petrofanda mbono mongashinge yatupopi yaninga yapititho adveta taithana kwashiwa na Namibia ya applyinge yakilonge mekosa di national maholi mendondo za Europe otwaharane no kuhangwena ngai mwene na tate sindimba we are beneficiaries of petrofund tate sindimba kwaza neko kavango ngaandaza neko Msati region so shonota shigurukire kutya it's diversity katuna na kutya ayo atotalike kantu mbaya za commerce atotalike kantu mbaya za peni regional disho talipewe mito ashike todidilike ninga kutya kashishino shimoshi pukutya obazali nengo scholarship otoipewa ounango kuwanitha po mirandu didatuwa po kutya no toka turwa ne through interview kutya ne otoka turwa kutya ganja meeting criteria dhonumba oyongani nima tunokala tegera shosho nengika hashetu upya kadimbuno kutya sometimes hatuti original dhonumba dapitirwa po origin inaipitirwa po okutike ngika ko hangwena kwa zantu ya tano ya apply ko koma sataku zantu ile milongo mbali nena ntumbono hitaka turwa mu interview yo ko hangwena kwa zaike ne gumwe antu enji taka za mu komasa oshimashono hashetwa po ko mwaru wa ntumbaya ningo maindiro woma hangano nengano atuti ne April operator ngano tagarongo maholi kuyo otwategerera kone kutya ngike protaliane kutya otamuka kwa shiripaleka ngini kutya omahangano tagiyutha komshangwango ehangano kesho lyategererwa liganje o local content plan tobo pina na kutya muvula njino kuza pethimbo ndino so pethimbo ndino andika ganja ironga ka Namibia ifike mano otandika ganja mawana au marupengano otandika saina contract the business no mahanga no Manambia ifike o document that atuipewa ne as a upstream petroleum unit atui evaluator atuitala ngere ehangano otali ganja tuoma wanagi hwapo nenge otaga njigu presendushona tatuipatanike ngo shapumbyo kupatanekwa nokuzane mono shamane yatarurwa twaganjane input ale kutya wedenipo ini itatuka tya na akusepa tukatike na wedepo so otatuka making ano sure kutya we are going to evaluate them based on that report ya submitting kutya otatuki apura ne kutya umay popile kutya tamukaninga ini marupendo omwe iwanitha potu results of the repay oshona tukaronganga ho ya paihuliro lera nandipo pikira nge kutya ngero totara presentation otango umwapopiwa endodo da Euroka da kukongo maholi atupopi kuzako exploration apo ndodo miano ntapuko ngoma maholi api apo stage amano maholi nega monika takukala ndona no stage anja huni no maholi shaga monika ne tagalongwa tagadindwa ne o policy njono oyatameko kuzake tameko yakwatera mwendo ndodo no kuzake tameko kuzako exploration ato apo stage apo katisi ko stage ashuliro shashi apeshe mendo do adisheda no omuna mito vironga omune mito dengeshefa ini maisha ngashinda zino kuitumbura metetekero se adobine kutya o document anjono to itunga po tuikwaterera mo transparency akwetu na ngashinda pa mwita na tukaleni tuleni transparent na tuyandeni embumbo se natango atukaleni tunoshimashia tuikwateleni mwatusheni ano tuinaneni ngashinganda mono kontraga meano ko hangano lyontumba popunani nkwetu naye ni hangano ngane takambadara ngero uno mito yokukwathera mkweni takambadara naya mono kontraga kwathera mkweni inatuninge kutya wapewa kontraga yo catering natango ngwengo akusako catering ya logistica. Sometimes we don't even have a logistic company mara shashi ngongwe wathikapo otoki yanda ne kutya no logistica njano pweo mito opone toka kambadara ne mbanga ne ukakongene imaliwa ukamono matraka ukasupply ngwali uniko kontraka yo catering turongere ni kumwa holiki opike on document njono ikale ngika ili impactful mwashiwa nasho undapo penda tyo maholi ogawana kagesho mashona ke honkwashi na Namibia otavuru kumona koma wana gonumba ya otatuka kala ninga shinde shipopi metetekero kutatuka kala tuipyakivira lela atuthiminiko mahangano no kutalulula plana no yali ya submita kombinga oroka content policy nina era lakano letu peshuliro otwahala what we call shared prosperity atu reducing ngana atu shunitha bevo inequality sena tango mahori yetu tatugarongeni in that manner sustainable development inagapo apombara ando garonge kugende kungano lefimbo opona tango shatu ikomeho o umawana agatsikire ndashulira mono aholike no mito ya radura kongika omapuro. Thank you.
Yeah, ai tata magari natumpandreni ale. Yo kwacho maori okwetua nini. Natushudenyo. Ano paifo mito yarandura ko kupula ikoma pulo. No na peina tu danganawa. No mafindilem. Ndala ne tukeshininge ninga. O atta mekeni tete no mapulo shane tamono manyamukulo atuyandini no mari udoye tu ilo mafindila recommendation na kuto shikena na tahala ngova hangwena ya ngenga atupole nyo mapulo na tukaleni ngotu na o kaimango ko kucha o shikena na tu dite tahala ngova hangwena. Yes, ndiote omake otaende taya ya o pamwe atukaningeni nenga ha o atukufika mapulo manga erion longo okay mapulo erion longo ta mono manyamukulo shatuyeni ko lufola landolako fi atu maneni nde shatu atupuleni efimboli mwengenge kune pulo uneke efindile mo nalo liwashi ulipuche efimbolo. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that we are now going to get to the questions and answer session, but I would like us to do it concurrently with the recommendations as well. So after now getting the clarity from the presenters, we also need to do our recommendations at the same time. So let's do it in that order. Ne? So we are now going to take 10 questions per round. We go for the first round of 10 questions, we get the answers, and then we move to the next round. So we'll do it in that fashion. Yes, I would like to give the first opportunity to Honorable Shifidi, followed by Mr. Joshua, and then Honorable Kaishungu is in number 3. I'm seeing also Honorable Kawiwa here, number 4. Please note your number very well. Ne? And then number 5 is a gentleman over here. And then number 6 is yourself, my brother. And then number 7 Mr. Tekulu on the other side. Number 8 is Mr. Kelola. Any other hands that I've not recognized? Yeah. Then number 9. Yes, number 9. The lady over there, and then number 10 is a gentleman with a black cap. So we do it in that order, eh? Yes. Can we have the mobile mic? And how many do we have? So you will be using this one. Yeah, so please help us to take it around, eh? Just bring it here. Yes, let's be specific. Let's not make a lot of statements, unless you want to do a recommendation, but if it's a question, make it straight so that the colleagues can answer the questions straight from the onset. Yes, Honorable Shifidi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. Really let me thank to our governor and also Honorable Shilunga and the presentation made by Mr. Shindimba and Mr. Makali. Thank you very much. Mine is only a concern on business community. How will the business community benefit in this oil? Looking for the current situation in Ohangwena business community area here and all the regions bordering with our neighbor Angola. The current situation is not good, as we having some of the community members selling and Ngungula services. So which made some business community who are having fuel stations forced them maybe to reduce the petrol attendance. My concern is now, how is that will be any law which force them not to sell those Ngungula? And another one is affordability of the oil. Really, as I stated earlier, the people selling Ngungula because Ngungula is sometimes cheaper. Will we get the oil at an affordable price so that we can really stick to our fuel? Comparing even to the fishery industries, our prices of fish are too high. Will the oil our price will not be higher? It's just a concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. I have only 3 things to say. The first one is, or the first two.
Please, it would be best if every person going to give an input or ask a question, just start with introducing yourself, your name.
Thank you. My name is Comrade Philemon Joshua, a Swapo Party Regional Coordinator, and I'm going to have 2 comments followed by the last questions. 1, I'd like to applaud the Swapo-led government for creating a conducive environment for the investor to invest in our country. 2, it's on the presentations by Honorable Silunga, on the fair policy. The fair policy that would benefit local communities. And one of them, I suggest, is to subsidize the oil so that the local community can buy at a raw price. This is being done, for example, in Libya, Algeria, and Egypt in Africa. And these are the countries to look at. We'll do perhaps Namibia, get how they are doing it so that our people can benefit in that way. 3, it's on the presentation by Mr. Simbinda. Mr. Sindimba, 54% that the government would say from this product, oil production is commendable. The other one is crude oil. He mentioned that the crude oil is unfinished product that Namibia could not do at this moment, but someone has to do it, do the refinery, probably in abroad, and that some particular someone has to bring it back after refinery to sell it back to our country at a certain price. It would not be possible for the Namibian government to look for another investors to do both crude oil production and refinery at the same time. That's my recommendations or comments that I want to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Selma Ndapopifwa Komwene Kawiwa.
Meme Selma.
Deputy Mayor of EENHANA Town Council.
Meme Selma.
Selma Kawiwa.
Okay.
I want to understand, how does the oil and gas resources will benefit us as community, as the people of Namibia directly? In short, I just wanted to know about that. Secondly, maybe I did not get Mr. Sindimba very well. I just want to know or to understand the explanation on taxi on profit, the 30%, the 10% to NAMCO, and again, maybe the international company, maybe the rest, they will get the rest, and again, the 54% for the government to benefit on oil and gas production. Thirdly, I want to know if there is a program for schools on career guidance on oil and gas, so that the learners will be able to take up this career on engineering, geology, and the other careers that might fit for the oil and gas. And lastly, I just wanted to know, maybe I did not get it proper on your explanation regarding the oil and gas on environmental impact, on health, and on climate change. Thank you.
Number 3, but now I'm number 4. Thanks so much. I'm Lonius Nana Kaisungu, the Councillor President of Sikunde constituency in Hangwena region. I would like to highlight my daily acknowledgement for this workshop, because I heard something, I've never heard it, that in the sector of petroleum, the government, they will gain a 54%. I never had such. We have many minerals here in Namibia, but we earn 5, 10, etc. But this one, the policy, said that the government of Namibia will earn 54. At the stage where we are struggling, because it looked like it had it clear that we earn only through land owner, because we don't have a material. Even we have a quantity of oil. Nabos Lunga stated that the oil itself never nothing. But what is nothing is the process. Where we are in the process, as well as we earn such. My question here, I am also watched to the map that indicates where already oils identified. And I heard also that in Ohangwena, since ever, from the Berlin Conference, 1884, that divided Africa in the countries, that the border for Angola and the Namibia found also the oils Omundongilo at the place called Sipala, and the Okongo, the place called Mbolokatu. I give that question to go and analyze, because automatically it will be documented. This is the question. For that, I don't know if in the presentation of Mr. Sindimba or Amakari, I stated that now we are at the stage to provide a TESAL or a VTC for us to capacitate our scholars for the oil sector. My recommendation is that it is not good for us to start at that stage. We will be late. What we need now is to start at the pre-primary to put oil sector. If you found the China scholars, they start where they are at the primary. If the breathing sector, if the technician, they start at the early age. When the people come at the TESAL education, they already know. We send them to the Canada well, just to be experts. After 20 or 30 years, Namibia will be as a Netherlands. Again, to the head of the delegation, Nobu Silunga, please, with the Namibian, we have a loss. Through the presentation, I heard also that we have another oil in the ocean. Yes, but Meme Silunga, the Namport manager complain how Namibia lost. It is revenue because of the lack of material. Because we don't have any enough monitoring what happened inside of the ocean. We wait only the person say, I bought what for 10 million. But in physically, it's for 2 billion. So we have to monitor our country. No matter we talk about 54%, if we are not changing our policy, how to monitor, it will be nothing. I thank you.
Yeah, lo, thank you nene komito. Narange o estron shinime. Estron shinim. Estron.
Eston.
Estron. ESRON.
Okay.
Shinime.
Okay.
Okay, that Joseph, kwa popsa kucha ngeno service start kawa tati kapewa ngesifana ndoku let kwa anje example akucha ngeno nande ngeno o catering onno utapo catering nakapuwali service imana tangwali twala sha mirongasho natango opena iko mungu hapo yani kwa mwana mpia munge antapwete okana kedra ziri nadu takamutaka veno tenda shuka fini ya tapiana tangu alipo omeme vetu da ombola moro konushashi hala ukarata kwa titenda mwana mpia na botora shatarika nao okay, iplolange iplolango lili hapa kucha. Okwatiwa the government is going to benefit 54%. Shaila kucha 46 odotatika kala mtu da utakadula okweto maori okwadule kuyametwa shongo. Okay, payment no boneta kapekala veno 46% abo otaina fiololo ilopena pate iholi. Let you say pamweta mo.
Okay, let me just translate this to Mr. Sintiba. Mr. Sintiba, the question is, you spoke of the government take 54%, and the question is now the company, the operator, is going to take the 46%. Is it going to be a continuous, or there is a certain stage where that is going to stop? Like maybe 5 years? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Nini. Thank you, Nini. Ya, shonana ndala. Ipulola ngeli kareli nana ngashinana. Lapo po abutate Joseph. Thank you, Nini. Yeah, ndio tena develop. Thank you, Nini.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Nesta Akumbi. I'm a youth in EENHANA. So my point is related to the one of Comrade Shifidi. So my senior, I'm not going to dilute your point, but I just want to put it straight in a question. So we have a challenge of the oil from Angola, which is not fit for use in our industry, which is not just killing our business people, but also causing other factors like deadenifying our environment and so forth. So I want to put it here like, how are we going to relate this to this policy? And what measures can we put in place to include this challenge in addressing the need that we want that at least our oil to benefit our people? So, and secondly, Mr. Sinimbo said the extraction of our oil, it might also take time that for us to reach at a point that we could refine our oil within our country. So by now, how are we going to prevent the leakage of this unrefined oil into our industry for use, either in cars or in machineries? How are we going to prevent the use of our oil before we are waiting for refinery to be used in our industry? And the last question is, what are the requirements to apply for the license for oil exploration? Thank you very much.
thank you. My name, I'm Ankel Stuleipo Lungameni, Yangonena, Kishnopa Shamana. I'm speaking as a farmer and as a original resident of Hangwena regions. My first inset, are we aiming to nationalizing the oil industry? And if so, at which languages we are using to be able for every beneficiaries to visualize that process and internalize it. To the head of the petroleum, why the policies under consultations do not go concurrent with the interpretation and translation into the daily spoken language, under which, if I can feel shy, only in that language I can feel shy. If I feel I have failed, only in that language that I can see I can fail, but not in English. How do the local leaders are going to be part and parcel of this process if the language which are being used are already marginalizing them? Number two, as a farmer, although the English there, I think, is also sidelining us as farmers. As a farmer, how do I can see under which level I will be going to benefit? In addition, the beneficiary also, you did not indicate at what level. Are we going to benefit whatever 50% or 54% at production, processing, or marketing? It must be clear what level we are going to receive that 54%. Otherwise, we might be excited, but at the end of the day, we are going to come back to you. My last question, as this policy is considered a mother of all, how would it be influenced? Either the review or the updation of regional strategic plans so that it incorporates what this petroleum policy is.
I am Kelola Lazarus.
Repeat your name again, please.
I am Kelola Lazarus.
Kerola.
Yes. I have 2 or 3 questions, or maybe one is even a recommendation. The issue of oil is very good use, but it also a threatened use. I think we even needed to start with a patriotism campaign, because conflicts that are raised in the nations where fuels are brought up by people of the same country. So the only thing that can save us is patriotism. If you all understand, we are all Namibians and we should equally benefit from this. However, discriminatory benefit is what brings a lot of chaos in nations that have fuels. All right, one of my intervention is, I wanted to know, at which level will the public be called maybe to invest through either by bonds or by shares in this sector? Because we understand extraction of oil is a costly business, so therefore we should have an opportunity where the public is being called in to invest or buy shares, or it can be bonds in this sector. The next question is asking about this 54% that the government is going to benefit. Will this be on raw products, that's crude oil, or it will be on the final product, which is going to be the fuel to be filled in the cars? I think we need to have clear here. These I think are recommendations. Ngungula has been said now and then. I think the official name for Ngungula should be the byproduct. The last product after you have refined or after processed. I think we need to stay away from consuming the waste products of fuel as a country. The Namibian industry should be protected from consuming the waste product or the byproduct. So we should be given the highest quality fuel for our own consumption. And I think this was supposed to stand out already in the policy, since we are already neighboring with Angola and we know what is happening in their market. The lastly one, I think we need to empower our universities or local institutions or maybe the whole education sector. So any skill transfer that is needed or a training that is required, I urge, if possible, to be done locally. If the professor is sitting at some university in Ukraine or wherever, why don't we bring them here to our university? Just empower our local university so they will be able to transfer this skill. I thank you.
Number 8. This is number 9.
Edinalange ame Frida Shikangala ondiri nashiponde wovanange shefamo helauna fidi. Ondara kupola ko Ministry of Trade and Mines and Energy. Omwa eshine moetapo o upstream petroleum local content policy. Omwa kwatelera mongo ovanu ava inavalongwa ava vana education inava kufikola chashi ovanu vahapunge ngaitala kombinga yetu kushikango anu ava hava kataro maholi ko Chicago. They are not educated people. They are illiterate. Ononkaro mulingai pimuna kukufapo anovo opovnavo vahupe mo National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Velner Shipahu. I'm a multi-skilled offshore worker. I just have 2 points, where one is with tertiary education. So I understand Petrofund gave bursaries and scholarship to people to go, but when it's coming to vocational, we can give them education here, but then the standard with offshore, it's requiring people to have BOSET. For example, welders, they need to have BOSET to go offshore. So we don't give those training, and they are only in South Africa. So some welders are required to be rope access welders. We don't give rope access here in Namibia. But we don't have anything that it's assisting those youth to go and do their BOSET in South Africa. My question is the government going to put up something that will help those people, or might be a way where one can apply to be assisted to do their BOSET or their rope access or any other requirements that can only be done outside the country? Because now it's only focusing on the scholarship that takes maybe 2 years, 3 years, but we are talking about these things that only take a week or 2 or 1 day training, and that's what they require. And that's where people are now complaining that the work is being given to foreigners. We need to get those things so we can fill the gap. So, number 2, the companies in Namibia, there are some companies that they are paying different from other companies. For example, one company is paying those kind of workers, 2,000 per day, and one is paying 500 per day. I don't know what's the difference. I want the government to find out on that, and at least they must not be so far from each other. Maybe one is paying 2,000 and the other one is paying 1.6 at least. There must be a certain policy that given to companies. And on 3, I'm with Mr. Joseph Amakali. He said something about if companies are coming in and in Namibia there is no such qualified person, they must take in someone under them as a trainee. Because here they are telling us if they are looking for people with 5 years experience in offshore, and maybe there is only electrician that they have 2 years or at the beginning, so they must include 2 or 1 in them to train them so we can learn from them. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we can go for the answers in that order. I've also noted the number of recommendations already. I hope the Secretariat is also taking note of the recommendations so that at the end of the session we'll be able to say these are the recommendations that emanated from this gathering. Okay? Yes, Mr. Magali. You can start with.
Thank you for the questions. If you recall, I said the questions are equally contribution. They are straightforward contribution, but questions are equally contributions. Let me start with Honorable Shifindi. The first question that you asked is, okay, I'm not going to answer all the questions. Remember, there are questions that were directed to my colleagues, and there are also questions that Honorable Cornelia Shilonga is going to answer. So when I read your name, I'm going to specify that, okay, I'm going to touch on this specific question. So my question to you is a perhaps preference to say that I should explain in Shiwamo, or should I go in English? Hence you ask the question in English. But nonetheless, I'm going to respond in the language that you ask the questions. How will the business community benefit from the oil and gas? I think we need to help each other to understand the approach. Remember, the best thing that the government could do is to regulate. And when you regulate, you also enforce. Now the government provided a platform to say that let's come up with a local content policy that we are going to enforce, ensure that the operators or the foreign companies adhere to that policy in whatever way possible. Now, we spoke about provision of services, goods, and all these kinds of things. And during my presentation, I also spoke about the kinds of, just an example of services or goods that you can provide to the oil and gas industry. What we are, the rationale behind that policy is to say that, look, if we are talking of maize meal, for example, if we are talking of water, if we are talking of, let's say, even steel, eat and take, the challenge that we have in Namibia, it's because there are specific goods that we don't have in the country. We rely on imports. Now, the priority of that content stipulates that any kind of services or good that can be procured locally, they must be procured locally. Now, the oil companies, that what they have today is they have what we call database. They've created databases where entrepreneurs or different companies can register with the kind of services that they can provide. however, they have their requirements that they have, and those requirements must be met in order for you to be, to be a regional service provider. So the oil companies, they have database where you can register your business and the kind of service that you provide. Now, I've also mentioned in the presentation to say that, look, we are going to monitor the company based on the plans. Now, the plan that they are going to submit, the local content plan that they are going to submit to us, will now determine the kind of, I've mentioned to say that, look, they're going to tell us what kind of services that they're going to require, like how many contracts are they going to want to local companies. And we are now going to monitor them based on the database and based on the services, based on the company that are registered on their database and the services that they are providing. So this is one of the ways. How you can benefit directly is now a responsibility of every individual to consult those companies that were represented by Mr. Sidiba. Ask them, how do I register to become a service provider to you? They will give you direction and you look at the requirements in place. So that's the starting point. Okay? On Gungura, please allow me ndifatule Gungura Moshiwapa. And I'm going to andika fatura shi kwatelela komapuru ageshi shinashano Gungura at this juncture. Will there be any law that will prevent Gungura? Tapukara kune puro not or comment anjano about subsidizing. Tapukara kuna natango puro about will it not be possible for the government to look for another investor for refinery? All those questions I'm going to type because the explanation is going to cover everything. Gungura, refinery, and how possible the government can make the fuel affordable to its people. Where was another Gungura? There was another question on Gungura. Okay, nonetheless, all the questions, when I'm going to start explaining about Gungura, I think I took a shuveniko. Horike, number one, on Gungura. On Gungura, Oshinima, or Ministry, your Industry, Mines and Energy. That time, Evurike Rapid. Ya Kambadara Okuningo awareness to the public. We have been doing awareness about windy okulongitha obungu. Wa ministry yapa byataiti otuvite koshiri kutya omaholi ogeno ndiro. Ashike natudhibirige ninoshi mangiki no dira no kuyako Gungura no maholi inagaela. Dira no shimashi. Ko dola ke heto kimaliwa mbito futuko lita. Omuna omauwana kunishoshera haizimo. Tai ko mahangano gawa. MVA fund, Road Authority, Energy fund, and so on. I think andika kongolista ndandi tumine ko mbele ya yosimani kwa gavana opo akwashiwa na atari kucha keshe kolita maholito futu. Ohamuzi shike omora shike o price idike mo. Ndara netu konegene shimashi. Otuneni o MVA fund. O MVA fund haimono kuishoshera ko price ya maholi. Tuneni road of OVA fund hanimishi. Ohakwasiro shiwana unawa involving amoshiponga sho hauto. Ye otege kufutima yuwa okukavalinga medicine oshige treatment no mitili toka Timbori mashi otonyembo kuifutira ngweme. Saatu kana tuna Road Authority. Road Authority hanimishike oeha grade pati andishingo pati na shige ohangwe helaona fi onuno nduka kena. Opate njono ngodo tara mukotenji ishiri wete kutya yes naiturani nairongurwa pa standard ashike okwakamba naliyo. Imaliwa mbene ya rongo pate mbiano oyaza mo litera tofutu ya mahori. Nenane otokuthima liwa mu Namibia toifala ko Angola ko ngungura shasho ino mbili shike wazapo ngungura me ngo hauto yo idenga mo me pothola ola mawe yateka nenge usinjenda we hane ngoto tikuja enjira letu kadiri mo postandard ina ashiko to zikongungula to complaina enjira kadiri mo standard natango mo pothola mono hauto endite nena doguri ya kanisa kontora hauto tai kontana wateko kwako wahulisiramo nengo mholikiwa ahulisiramo MVF ando haga njimaliwa yefuviko haga njimaliwa okwako kwehono kukapa mara shito zine mhono widenga mo pothora tozi na maholi gangungura geli mhauto ogogeli otoiko MVF nena walongashike ukona tutameke ni manga hono liye pangero ne shinonde shikupene mmoja kutia puture o polisi kutia puture no veta yo veto pone hivi oseni akwashirwa na tunenyo kutala kembingandishe kutia ole atuninge o favor mu batia upendo. We are not doing ourselves a favor. Lela ono kudira shashi opunane ompopyongwe kutia anironga kwa ministry na sene ndiga from the office of the president otunu karata wa mahori aholike katunu karata wa mahori o mahori ngandirongitha ngiki nagaza moja zange onge ndina unandi fut andirongitha karata ke pangero ashike imaliwa mbeno ngoyo yifuta onironga hafuto text ke pangero maranga andishingo hauto yange opa umwene oshia holike andifuta imaliwa okuzamo njana o price anji ilipo service ilimo hangwena mondangwa and so on ngika shitu nenyo kudhira ne kutia pai foto amwenenyo maholi na twindire neke pangiro ndota pandura ko magwedero pokutia na pukale nepe na subsidy opwandora maholi gakale mbili oshimashono njono recommendation kwana why omaholi mwangolo geno mbili omorwa hishiki omaholi mwangola ogeno mbili not because omogalomba hamo omaholi galifainingwa mu Angola okuna okalifainali okashona akalifaininga president dilio mirongo ndatu president akasa like president dilio mirongo ndatu za Rwanda alone, not even the whole country. Angola shasho kwa karane elimongeshe fayo maholi evura dapita. Angola kwa saina what we call the swap agreement. Swap agreement otashiti ondina o resource ngaine kandina onseo nenge o capacity yokulifaininga o resource anjo. Nandiku pene o maholi gafitirira nanditene oshiholeo. Oka container ho. Moka container le mono ondakumbwa wike o half. That's all I need for my consumption. Mopa ifene andikupe oka container hono you as a refiner. Andikupe oka container hono kuudha. Ngwe to penginu ko half ajiji no. Ko discount. Wede ko? O discount ashike pangiro lya ngora. Olia futana tambi mariyo yishasha ikanisa resource yao opo ya pero maholi kakale gizombili haka kwa shiwa na Angola o favor njone pangiro ya Angola will never extend it to the Namibian citizen because o resource akaishia Namibia o ya Angola choche shino nekuja natu indile nine pangiro nalyo shita tukatameka neta tu produce maholi kweni maevura nano nalyo likabadhali kuningwe agreement za rupendo ngashina nasha tumbura ko Libya it's the same procedure mbono taga njike o maholi ga pitirira takiwa bunga pumbia ko discount mara ke huliro lesiko waningashe wafuta no resource inogamo na kombilia ashike o favor njono you cannot extend it to your neighbor because that's your own resource o tafatu tikitano kawe hakazi mo Namibia na ka benefit Angola hasho itashiro ngone kongungura hono na twikere niko moru benefit njia kaipo Namibia Energy Fund ohaganja oipekere nokuninga rural electrification imaliwa mbere ngeitatu iganjeni okona tukale nimeke mkunda vetu hono katunene rusheno satulikane komayokane tatu komprena ne kuchaka tuno rusheno mali otoifara kwa Angola mukwatyambo no obwara na twikire niko hono gandi popine pa kutya ori final yo ene oshini moshiwana okukara oshina. It's a value addition. Marashike or refinery will not guarantee you omahori genombiri hasha shondara udiviri machine. Ngere pangero lola tura refinery shono shini machine shiri omahori ngebutaka genombiri. Mara nanditi netu akongane invest aturepo omahori o refinery. Omahori ngata refining ngwina gadindwa. Otegaranda from the investor nguta usomahori mefuta. Yene natango costa sha tunga po refinery okuno kuyirika bali o costa njio kutura po refinery o costa njano natango yukurango mahoro era la kanura shiki okuningo profit nena imaliwa investor ke ikusapeni okolitera yo mahoro gadi banjita garandifa mwite kwa holiday shono atubo piko resource beneficiation o refinery no kweta pe mito dironga kwa shiwana value for economy of Shirong. Ashike, it will never guarantee you omahori genombiri. Mokondete kuchangi konda irisa pona wa. Jonda tokura ndishiko pimo shiwambo. Poto shuve ni kore akucha udi wolipe. Okay, andisi kirene no mapuro. Ya ndafatura honorable shifidio ndafatura ngani ndakwatu amino price reduction kutiana tuindile ne pangero poka ipono subsidy mukwatiane orupendo ngandi ne ku comrade Philemon Joshua natango kwa ndiro shimasho subsidy mahori ngandi fatura ne natango shimasha epangero likonge investor on the refinery on that fatura pa and then her worship Meme Selma deputy mayor. Yeah. How will oil benefit the community in short? Natango Shino, this one, it's a similar situation where I say, like for the business community. But remember, the government, right now, the Namibian government is doing a lot for the communities. Aholike epangero la Namibia, epangero li Mariba Hiroshima. Look at Angola, for example. With the cheaper oil that they have, Mahori Obilisha Angola, Akwashiwa na Angola na Marepangelo Namibia, we don't have oil. Yes, Otone resources in Angola equally has other resources. Ashikota Namanda. Rural electricity, Mawana weekend, or weekend, no Shapato Tinebuja. When we are going to generate more revenue or GDP and doubling, a Pangero Poneta Karina, Oshimaliwa, Shawana. Oku accelerating some types of development or community keshe imone umawana muhangwe nomuna uhangwena aquifer a lot of water bora the government hariganja tenda kudiririwe eboho natango wabishataganja kaniba imabela shoba wanawa alazime pangiro ngona ne pamoni ko shimaliwa shapitirira. It means we are going, number one, we are going to accelerate the process, and we are going to give more services. More services are going to be available. In short, Oshiko community will benefit. Then, is a Natango Meme Selma is a program on career guidance. I can the petrol fund that we spoke about. Every year they have a target, going to regions, conducting career fairs. And I think last year, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe 2 years ago, there was somewhere here in Angola. I just can't remember if it was in Namibian or here in EENHANA. Maybe the challenge why we are not aware of this is maybe we must advise petrol fund the way they advertise and call for this kind of engagement. They must really put in effort so that the messages reach the last person in the remote areas. Ashike, those programs are there. of EENHANA, at least we make sure that those adverts reach your office, and then the information is disseminated. It's now disseminated within the regions or within the city up until the remote areas. Explanation on environmental impact and HSE. Natangwa ndimo shiwambo. O keshoshi matoningi shinasha no extraction. Extraction and tokusa or resource and maybe or kutiko totungo pate tokusa or mavi utungi sapate. That ditch that you dug there, you cause damage to the environment. That's why there must be a rehabilitation plan. Now, let's look at the issue of oil, for example. What is oil? Crude oil. Or crude oil, shima liquid format. Shiriko shiri. Now, when you are producing your oil, pumping the oil from the ground, somewhere, somehow, orine futane, omeage futa, ondambo futa. Now you are pumping, and somewhere, somehow, there is a spill. The oil is leaking from the pipe. The futane, omona fish and marine organisms and species. Omaholi, the reason can congene investors, partner with them, and let's work on that area. That's just my recommendation. Yes, the recommendation from Honorable again, you said let's VTC. I think you have a valid point there. And I think this is just now collaboration between institutions like maybe perhaps the Upstream Petroleum Unit, Ministry of Education, to see how we can bring the curriculum to the primary. It's a very good observation and recommendation there. Again, with regard to NAMPOT complaining about revenue loss because of lack of material, yes, that could be true. But as we speak right now, NAMPOT is looking for means how to expand the port, Walvis Bay and Rooderies as well. Because the oil and gas industry, it's really, unfortunately, we were caught off guard. Perhaps we were not really ready for the discovery. But as we speak right now, I think there's even a tender which is out for the construction, for the expansion for that. Yeah. Eslon Shinime, you made the recommendation. I'm not going to touch on that. We took note of that. And awarding on the multiple contract to one company, yes, perhaps that's also a good recommendation. We just need to make sure that it's reflected in the local content policy. But I'm sure there is something in that line already. We just need to articulate it in that way that it's not misinterpreted. Tate Nesto Akumbi, did I get that right? Challenges of Ngungura, I think this one I've explained. And Tatekuru Shituleipo, Uncle Shituleipo. Are we aiming to nationalize the oil and gas industry, and in what language? Natango, your questions were all similar. Why is the local content policy not interpreted in a local language? Okay, these two, Honorable Cornelia Shilonga made that, and she really is going to take it up. She said she wants that local content policy translated in different local languages so that it will be understandable. And then, as a farmer, how are you going to benefit from the oil and gas? And again, it depends what you are farming. If you are farming, animal farming, beef, it's one of the consumption, consumables, offshore. Maize meal, very important. If you have corns, please supply to those who are doing the milling. That's what I'm saying. Let's work together. If I am a farmer with corn and I have a plant to do the milling, you as a farmer, why do you want to go look for a loan to put up a milling factory? Sign an agreement, sign a contract with the person, I supply you. In fact, the Ministry of Agriculture is very heavy on that one. They even close the border to say that those who are Namibian mills and the production like penna manufacturers here in Oshagati, They have to finish the maize grains in the country before they start exporting from South Africa. So, you know, it's very difficult. In what way okay, you must benefit like this as a farmer. Let's think out of the box. You are protected by the policy. So let's use that opportunity in whatever way we can. Then, Kelora Lazarus. I like the recommendation when you say that we should start with the patriotism campaign. I think this is now for Honorable Governor and all the councillors to see to it that you start with the patriotism campaign in Angwena. And I'm referring now to all the regions across the country. At what level is the public going to invest? Again, there is no level. At all levels you can invest. It all depends on the requirement and what is required. I've mentioned there is a platform with all the oil and gas companies where they are looking for, where you have to register as a service provider, and then you can start with your service provision, provided that you meet the requirements there. Bringing the expert to pass the skill to the, we have already started that. Even at the level of employment, because the government alone is a new industry and lack of expertise. Because remember, all those with the skills in oil and gas, it's very rare to find those people without an employment in Namibia because they are very limited and most of them are absorbed by the industry. So we need the government to be assisted in order to formulate the best practices. Yes, we did, but we need now an expert to help us to say how we should then enforce those best practices. And when we are saying expertise, we are only asking for expert for a certain period of time, and we expect by that period at least they have transferred the knowledge and the skills to the local people. Meme Frida, otwakwateramo anu nambu inayalomba. Yes, umawana angika batagiyamo shiwana. Who is educated and who is not educated. The only challenge that we have is the yes, ngekapono education it's also lack of initiatives. But yes, everyone is basically covered there, even the uneducated people. And perhaps that goes with the explanation of Gungura Gutia. Yeah, we try to educate the people the danger of using Gungura, but up to now, multi-skilled offshore worker. Petrofund is Petrofund going to assist with the Busit? Busit, yes, it's a challenge today. And currently, most of Busit is a training in the fishing industry. Working in the ocean, it's a very scary environment. And again, I've mentioned that if it's in the oil and gas industry, anything can happen, explosion can happen, and you need to survive. Basically, the Busit now, it's that training that will be given to you to help you understand, understand how you can respond to the emergencies when emergency or situations arise. So the question which Petrofund it's what we are trying to advocate here is, if let's say an oil company is trying to employ you, to be their employee, not now through third-party hiring. The government actually discourages third-party hiring. They must take that responsibility. They say, you who is going to work for them as their employee, where would Tuma for that training? That's what is the BS doing. The BS, for example, that's now mining. They are taking care of their people for that busi, and it's not going to be exemption out to the oil and gas companies. Variation in observation. That's a good observation. And I mean, this is probably a common practice, and we perhaps, I'm happy that Honorable Cornelia Shilonga is here. She took note of that, and we are just going to see how we are going to enforce that one. I think those are the questions that were on my part directly to me. Mr. Sindiba and then Meme Cornelia will come and also do her part.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. I think I will not touch more on the refinery. I think that has been explained too much. But I see a common theme on the 54% benefit that I presented, that it's not clear in terms of where it starts, where it ends. Is that the only thing, the only figure that it can be, or can it be better? To help me, okay, with the translation. Okay. So, on that one, this is money to be collected by the government institutions, meaning the ones in charge of collecting the money, revenue. It will be NAMRA, because they collect the taxes, 35%. The 5% on royalty, the regulator will collect it. So when I say the regulator, they all have a, I think one of the things we have to maybe make better is interministerial cooperation. So I'll give an example. I work with Total Energies, and I'm NAMCO, and I'm a partner, and I have my 10%. For every cost that Total is going to spend, I must account for it. This year, how much? Next year, how much? Because they are giving me a loan. I must be able to say, what you gave me plus your interest, I'm giving you back. So that accounting must be there from the beginning. So as we will spend the money right now, we are accounting for it. Then the time of collecting the money, I know how much barrel is being produced per day. I can give you an example, 150,000 barrels per day. If that is what is being produced, I record it every day. And I know in a year how much I collected. That money, the one who is taxing it must also know how much was collected. So if they come to NAMCO and we work together, we'll be able to know, oh, what was your number? The regulator will come and say, oh, are they stealing some or are they not stealing some? Are our metering devices calibrated to measure correctly or not? So the institution which is regulating, they have inspectors. There are inspectors who have to go there and see their meters are working and whether what is being declared is correct. Then the money to be collected, it is Treasury, it will be NAMRA, they will go and declare it to the Minister of Finance at that time, and he will include it in the budget. Now, whether he's going to budget for Angwena or Kawango or he's going to discriminate, that is a topic for another day. But the money must be collected. This is what we are saying. There will be transparency in collecting the money. And this is the 54% I was talking about. It stops at the selling of crude oil. However, that is not the end of that product. There is another business which can then refine. When they refine, it's a business. They must pay for all the taxes of a business doing the refinery. If you produce electricity, you are non-power, you are who from the gas, you must also pay your fair share of the tax. So that's why we say it's a value chain. At any point, government must collect. So on the downstream, for example, I will not know electricity tariffs, how much. That is NORED, SENORED, ECB, and non-power. Or on the refinery, I'm not an expert on the refinery. That would be Dangote and other people that know how much they pay to the Nigerian government, for example. And Dangote was here, I don't know. He was here having discussions. I think we hear of discussion of a refinery. But at the end of the day, Government can collect its fair share of the value chain. This I'm not worried about. It's whether we will put it to good use. And that is where patriotism comes in. And that's where fairness and equality comes in. As a patriotic citizen, if I feel that I'm left out, then it's not the fault of the one collecting the money from the ground. I mean, the money from the taxes. It's the fault of who is using the money. And I think that's outside of that scope. But I can guarantee it's not only 54%. So let's take examples of some countries. When you see your production has now matured, you have encouraged the people, the infrastructures are nearby, you can share them, the cost of production goes down. And as the cost of production goes down, the project becomes more profitable. Then you are likely to go in the region of 60, it can be 70. And also, sometimes these operators, they operate for 20 years, they say, what is remaining is small, I don't want it. The person that is going to come in there, you can then negotiate, oh, it's my resources, my brother, now I'm getting 80% because already somebody else put up the infrastructure. This is an indicative figure for the beginning, but it can get better, and it is on a case-by-case basis. It's just an example of one project. Maybe one last recommendation for us. Those of us working in economic modeling of the resources, because we keep hearing this. In the diamonds, people say we don't benefit from the diamond. From the fishing, we don't. Maybe let's do the numbers and see how much it costs, how much we can get, and how much we can declare. Then we are all in the open and we can see those numbers properly. But I can assure you that on this one, that 54% I'm talking about, it can be reached. It's just a matter of us monitoring it properly. And I salute the meme was talking about whether we should be monitoring, putting in the systems in place. This is one of the discussions we are currently having, how to measure our oil properly at the point of sale, so that no one says, they played them, some oil is being taken, no one is there to inspect. That is a national dialogue. And there will be, I think, a law called the Exploration Production Act that will be amended. This will be the right platform when it will be brought to you now to put in all your wish lists in terms of how you can plug the loopholes. Participate in that, but maybe it is coming at a later stage. I do not know, but I'm just somebody who is aware that there could be something in that regard. The local content might not plug it, but the law that can plug it. So that is on the national benefits. And then I think what are the requirements for doing exploration, oil exploration? Number one, like I was saying, you need to demonstrate technical ability, so that if you come to me and tell me you found oil, we can discuss it. So that one you must give a proposal. What are you going to do? You don't need to know yourself. You can hire someone who knows. So my team here, you've got some geoscientists and other people. They can write for you a proposal which says, to develop that field, it's like this, it's going to cost this. Then the people in the ministry will sit and say, he's a Namibian, number one, good. They demonstrate they understand what they are doing, good. Number three, they will bring in investors, good. Then you'll be given the license, then they'll monitor you whether you are doing what you promised to do. I think that is basically, the only limitation is the money in the US dollar is what we are afraid of, and network to get that money. Some people are better at going to get investors. Some of us, we are too shy. Maybe you will go to a conference, you come back, zero investors. So those are just some of the things. And I think then I'll leave the rest for my supervisor to go through.
Yeah, I'm afraid now to translate this, otherwise I'll dilate it. Maybe Honorable can assist me because... yeah.
Oh, do I need to be here? Up or down? Okay, thank you very much. First, I really want to appreciate all these comments that we are getting, all the advices and the proposals, and the very constructive questions that we are getting from the community of Ohangwena. But I really want to find out, do you want me to respond in Oshiwambo, or you want me to respond like the questions were posed? Omara ndinyamukule moshingirisa ilo moshiwambo na ipopyo shiwambo yalo elala kano ovanu avesheba udeko nawa etumwala kala yela nawa o peta mekondala ike kupandula otwapwikina nawa eshita mpopi shosho shetwendifa moshipopi washangonda popsa kucha nena seshito yapa inatuya shike kupopsa oshasho mafimbo ya mwatu ya ponde hatu ya njashiko shipopiwa se hatui ndenena otwea tupwikine kunye eshita mpopi kwa shimwa kufa mwa shitwe mfaturulira twafaturula shitwe yapa nena otwendera efaneko omlandu tauturwapo kepangero ilo aturwapo nale nokuli kepangero epangero neshira turapo onlandu ike wokucha peife twamona nomaholi moshilongo omahangano tadinoko kampani tadidineko nje yoshilongo dihapu watu ningenge ipisena so twala kulya kosha otohala kukunguda omahangano ya moshilongo nomolwasho nekucha upatulwa nonlandu wokukunguda kucha eshingo tofika hapo totupe kuingapi eshingo to yanjo ilonga na ipewo va Namibia eshingo apumbwa kulya na ije mo Namibia eshingo apumbwa kutelekwa na kutelekwe ko va Namibia eshingo to etapwe shinalo etu esheshi alilongifwa hapo na va Namibia na kalemo navo veri opo vadule kulongwa eshinalo kuchwa alilongo ngaipi opo mongula italilongwa vali ko vanu tajiko nje oshilongo nde otalilongwa ko vanu tavadi mo Namibia ngengo punu unongo umwe wo teknika no unongo umwe ilo wino dimwe dapumbiwa sekatu dino va Namibia unona vetu ovanyasha vetu ovanafikora vetu ovonapewe mitodo oveto shote ipopingaho ondahala ne okufatulula kashone ike pauhupina tango kucha eskwale ipopsa pa moshingiriso ndapopsa kucha umpresidente ngashipe mudeni nawa okwati oshikondo shosho maholi eshamonika ne moshilongo shokukongo maholi nokulongo maholi nashiye koshi yombelewa yompresidente oshikondo nosho omaholi ngenge talongwa ne ngashikwali atufatululirwa pa ku Mr. Sindimba umwete okololo bobeli pomba dapo upunoka kololo na kataka popita kacho upstream upstream okonoko ondodo shasho maholi ngenga twalandula medyengelao eli pendodo dili nato ondodo yakutwa upstream omo mwakwa omoneta ntongo kukongo maholi no kwa alonga no kwa eta kontunda umanga takoya no midstream opopunane o transporta kucho maholi kunya eshinaja mwaetura kontunda paife otainge ipikenero kwa pumbwa kuya kalongwe na poneta alongwa poshidindifo otaipo ngaipi no shidindifo tashilongo ngaipi kota kuya no downstream o downstream kakororoka kahunina otakapopine o maholi tayanjwa ne pavo hala ndifo maholi ngashine service station fio tafiki ne kuseni momatuwa eshino shikondo eshishe tashitongo upstream asha koshi yompresidente oshikondo shinya she service asho tashidiringa nangungula oshashala ko ministry we mina no marusheno no ikwangono otuditiko nawa eshi atunyamukula pa yo tate Yosefa temunyamukula kungungula otakwa ferashike o ministry wi shashi ngungula keri moshikondo eshi setulipe ife shishiriko shiyombere wayo mpresidente ya ashike otwaduro kunyamukula shashi ela olili apa kucha ame okwali o minister yopedu yoko u ministry yoko okaunongotukana yosefa otadio moshikondo sho shakarashi unga no mahori eshituna paife mombero wa presidente sho shakufako kunya shuye ko shiyo presidente na shuye rero kuna shashi nalo kwali oshikondo shimwashi ke shari koshi yo ministry we mina no ikwangono ya ondahala kunyamukula ndo itandika nyamukula unene kashude ndalanduro nkweyo opena amwe handika aninga okanduba ame anda nyamukula pamhanga paife epangero neshira mona kucho mahanga no taeya shashonda ala kutala tate umwe tati okwaitu nokukala tete atuningi mango patriotic campaign opo tudure kuyamanu manga tuvalombwere ya otushudite nasho shapumbiwa shoshiwa nengono eshiwe shetapo tate kakele kucha paife ngao hatutara kucha shiripi mutu shapumbwa kuningwa mendelero lwe epangero hatutine paifo mahangano atamekane kuya shasho mahori kwa Monica so papumbwa no kukufako shakunya opo tumoneko ishoshero opo tukungudeko ko mahangano otarongo mo Namibia o mahangano kwatameka naro kukuta ovanu ashiki to durukwe yako kehangano kondeto ti penge kucha wakuta Namibia vangapi otari kukura tariti onlandu oe utauti kucha natukuta Namibia vangapi ulipe shosho ne uwete hatuendelere tutule ponlandu setuwe anje komanga kucha eshi osho shatererwa kepangero kutoba Namibia va deula mwashi vapumbwa kudeulwa vapa o technology vapumbwa kupewa o mashina otavarongifana vadeulwe momuo ya shosho ne wete hatuningi tuete kucha eshi osho shapumbwa shiningwe mendelero shasho manga no eshita kutungita twenderere kutukuyanjo landu kuvo otakakuta ovota dikonje oshirongo shikwaone ondahala okupopsa shinasha nelongo otakuchai unonana alongwe kujango ketameko ndefio kehuliro kotakuchai napuningo karia guidance vova mota apopi kuchai VTC ndapandulo nyasha unyata popitati onmota shidulika adeulwa okuhwikira nde okuhwikira mbori okuhatu deulirwa me VTC detu ngengo toka hwikira moshikondo sho maholi okwapumbwa kuyerufapo nde mpandula lero nyasha otapopi oshipasho shiri monjira nomorwasho ne kucha otatulapo naro marantulafani ava mwamona kopi yetu yo mlandu ngomwatala kuja pepanjo 40 fiwe panjo 43 mo polisi omuno ikondo hatulongo pamwe nayo otohange mo Ministry of Education pefimbweri kwali polisi yashangwa o Ministry of Education odali dilimbali paife Ministry umwauke ndengengo atala omuna kuchu Ministry wo Education na utaukalonga shike unoshina kuanifwa shao shiri monale monlandu omo Ministry wo Justice Ministry wo Labor okutala inyuma yo vanailonga kucha no takupanga ipyo shiringo monjiro talongo ngonawa na ukweita popsami tafuta salary difike pamwe inyuma yo inokudiringwa nayo ngashi ko Ministry yo Labor no morwasho opuni kondo ihapu yapu tamuyange monshoro ndodo welandura fanolo polisi omo taipopi kucha ikondo yo taika unga nashike no morwasho ini mangashe VTC ini mangashe career guidance no shoyo elongo mulovene okutulapo curriculum adita diwa palere omonana idiomo elongo otulinare naro mekwatafano ya shikwa onatango ngashisha popiwa pakucha petrofanda shikefa sho hashijo imaliwa haifutira vatavekeli honga tavakaninge geologist tavakaninga geoscientist tavakaninga engineers domaholi petrofandayo opoiri nale inanaro oshikefa tashifutire nalo banyasha vamwe vajako nale bo vamwe baba nale tuna mo system ngengo haipopi anyashavanga vandeana bwava tate Yosefa Makari na tate Petrus Sindimba ovo ovajanale mo training yo petrol fund. Yena tango eshine tulipo tuwete kuchia training odapumbi watadenderere otwanale mo makwatafano no mahangano otalongo maholi mahangano ngashi haifano atakucho hali baton okwakala kuna shitai show university ya Namibia shiliko kaiti shitai shopa ifengaha otweshininga po shikareta shiyanje VTC yina shano maholi ndo yatamekanale. Eshine natango twamona kucha ovano vapumbwa kupe unongo opwironga ihapewepo ashiko vanu tabadikonjeta kucha nina trainingwa odula ike aja kwesho tuwete kucha oshimambo sho maholi sheyanerera o petrol fund oyapewa natango shina kuwanifwa opo iyeme kwatafano no institution nayo haifano takuti Institute of Petroleum yoko Angola. Eshi tuli hapa kwa itatumako nara nafikola vajame VTC detu da Namibia verio mirongo mbali vali vayako Angola dura ajako valuka nale va trainingwa vakufapo nale vakuta. Koko neto halana okutungira ako kinimeisho oyo hatu pikira ike natango okulonga opotu kwa shiripareke kuchuno na vetu ova trainingwa ngashinano policy taipopi. Okwali natango ndara kupopsa penya kucha ova nungenge kavesho kulesha otakwa ferwanga alipi oshonana ngastate Yosefa Nyamukura kucha okulesha itakwimdo vanu vapewa mawierere shashina ndo monguru omota shiduruka tulimo ndeha tushokulesha ilo tushokulesha ndeka kulipo ndodo imwaiki amene natango ndamonana ngeshefa vahapu taninge ngeshefa velipomba damba dobo hatu ifana vetu kwafe ndei na longba elongo mongeshefa halona no oshimashakula kukaleke unonkumono matokoro kuchoto ningo ngeshefa owuyelele ohauipewa ngengo ndwete kuchi yandudu koshingilisa mo ndinongeshefa yange andikala ndinonuwange opa okutorokerangi andi kutonu adure kukwaferangi hasho yalo handi popi valiko refinery okucha natukale tunoshidindifonesho maholi ngenge nembori ngengo shoshilingaho maholi okwamonika pet fimboro limwalike oshidindifona shiwepo shine tuli hapa paife eveta detu odikwaterera kwa shitwa popsa mo manifesto yetu yosuwapo o manifesto teiti na kutalike kukale kwa monika kucha hatu etamongo ipso refinery mo Namibia ngengo waimo NDP 6 pompanjo mirongo nano o refinery opoto ihangi hano mo ili mukalata epangero talikataleke kucho tunango wino no uyelele na shisha pumbi opoto itulepo nde ini maishengo iwanapo imwe kwa wedwa imota diningi mbali aye ufiru ohatu kekerashi tato tapula tati kuchana tutoroke ombidi ongashina na shapopiwa ina tutoroka oveta pefimbwa hapa shasho kwali tuwete kucha paife manga oiwishu otwala ipsefiru yapwako yamana kwe regional dishe shane mwetupe mwerera eshe hatu iningi no dokumente ya hunina yote itorokwane omoshiri moukalata oteike ya torokwa okunata teta popso nationalization tushikufepo mahori ngeno akarengo elimekele pangero osho ini maishe ohai hange ohai dependo do dayoloka yashiki natuhala manga tuche atusuluro mashini kono katani nakadarwa hatu ya manga hatu ya manga tunyamifo katana se atu monone kucha atu duro kusurura mbera ilo itatu duro okufirura momongo bomo yalo ya o shikwawo natango onafarama otapula kutya amena anongengo ndiri onafarama oaimono mouwawashike motete eshitwa ninga presentation apa ovana mbere watati otakuningwa elikweri atumono momaholi otali kwafere natango shilongo diversifying moshingilisa nomo diversifying okucha eshitwa mono maholi twamonu wo imaliwa taidimo maholi itatukaleke twatala mo maholi omaholi ongengo tatwetele aningo jo yetu yokutukulika eliko letu nena atudulu kukufa mwima imaliwa imwe tailongifwa kuhumifa komesho ova unamapsa no unaimuna imwe tai kongalo nawa taitungwa esikola taitungwa ukilinika taitungwa epate taitungwa shishosho shapumbiwa opo Namibia likale lineliko yusho shimwe natangongo nafarama ngashi koitanlombwerwa pakutate Yosefa utaningine ngeshefa eshingotolongwe pungoro nalijo ufira ukaliwe meske pamo tanlongwa odio utayanja ufira wepungu na ukale neta udi mengeshefa da Namibia odio utayanja oihakautu tayanja oihakautu odio utayanja matama odie tayanja nyanga ndeshimerako odie tayanja nyanga odie tayanja ekebeja odo tadiriwa kwavo tutalongo momaholi omo naikale teidi kana ngeshefa vetu anafarama vetu ombelela eyapumbiwa oyo ngobe oyo shikombo oyo aningo mihaka otaidipeni naije manafarama vetu ongeshefa unafarama otaimono mawa elingashingaho inandimana ngombera ayo ndinekeronda mana openango ali mbera shindafi yako aye kakuna ali shindafi yako ndinekera kucha ondanyamukuro mapuro aeshe ngashi kwali ekenda andiningo mawederepo nokunyamukura mwa kwali nanyamukuru nale natwe nikomesho tangu nene
Et alors, tangu nene fimane kwa ndiote wafaturua na walela tangu nene can I have an indication if there are still more questions? Tunapoare mapulo ndiote pomake ripenyeri ya tatu ane na tuvapomitos vovaninge vahunina the last yeah yeah omito ne yahuninwa ai ya ndamana pomake eri ya tatu shaporo hapa napo ni mwe yeah maybe we can start with honorable here and then we move to the other side.
Thank you very much. I have only one question. Who decide? You get these percentages, you get these percentages, and you got this one. Who is deciding this one? Thank you.
Okay. Please, let's state our names before we start with the question. This one was from, yeah, Honorable Akanyome.
Thank you very much. I'm Natalia Napopsendaitwa. Yes, my first question was on the onshore block, oil block under Oambo Basin, but you have given us the information that you don't have enough data. Perhaps what we need to do is to look for investors. So does it say that the exploration was not yet done? Is that the meaning of saying you don't have enough data? other point is on the youth, the one who spoke last, that they are not supported when it comes to some trade for them to qualify to work on the vessels and rings on the companies that are operating on our waters. So the Honorable have indicated that we have a VTC at Kietmans, whereby we have some of those trade to enable for one to qualify. But now my question is on the companies that we have currently that are operating in our waters. Because I understand we have some Namibians that are qualified with relevant skills and qualification, but they are not employed. You indicate, one of the presenter indicated that we are trying to discourage the middlemen. Do we have middlemen as we are speaking now? Or how do these companies recruit our youth? And the other question is that you indicated also that these companies, they set criteria when it comes to recruitment. Does our offices, government offices, have involved or have anything to maybe to recommend that these criteria are too high for our people, since we know that we don't have those higher qualified personnel to qualify on those trades? How much do we involve when it comes to recruitment? And the other one is that, do we have registers for this, our youth who are not yet employed in these vessels and rings, or in these companies that are operating in our waters? If not, we really need to do to have them registered, because I know that there are not many, unlike our teachers who qualified and they don't have yet employment. We still have that chance to register them and ensure that how many are they, at which level they are. And as a government, we still need to enforce, even if the policy is not yet enacted, we still have to enforce so that these companies, they can recruit this youth. I'm sure that they are not thousands, because these courses are only offered to have a complete course, are only offers out of the country, and they are very much expensive. The parents have spent, and we have our children just roaming around, while these companies, they are only recruiting foreigners. But with teachers and nurses, the foreigners, teachers and nurses, their work permit, they are not extended. But for this one, a work permit at the or had they extending? Why are they extended if we have this expertise? Yeah, that's my question. Whether we know who are they, these youth that qualifies, that have skills, and whether we have mechanism to ensure that they are really involved, because the policy is indicating or dictating that the priority should be given to Namibian. I know the policy is still a draft, but as a government, we must also tukalele ponatangu no naveto ba qualify. Shashi oshe tunakuva popular as a government. On their own, they can go to the company, they can welela in medias, but if a government cannot stand and protect them, there is nothing that can be done. So I just want to know whether we have any strategies or mechanism to ensure that those qualified currently, they are really assisted or they are involved. Thank you.
Alors, anti polango tu tungongejo mapuru etu nawa, ahupio po avatanya mukula vatidirige. Shashingenge puro tu ningilile lile ashika kala nishijua kunyamukula. Okay? Natu yeko mito ya landurako, olea namuna pwade kopo.
All right. Thank you very much. Speaking is Pengonjabi Share, Women's Section for Development Representative. Yes, firstly, I think it's just a comment that I need to make, or a recommendation, and I would like to start by saying, I remember there was a statement that was stated by the late Dr. Pengonjabi Shipo, and his statement said, youth are not useless, they are just useless. So which means they are never made use of. But then again, the little encouragement that I want to give to the youth, I'm no longer a youth, I was a youth way back. So I'm trying just to give them an advice. When such opportunities come, we need you as youth to represent yourselves well. And when you are given these opportunities, you need to really equally make use of it by showing your potential and the capability. Because at times, elders have the fear. Should they really push this agenda upon us? We are given it, and then we play around with it. So that is just a little advice. Because our youth has passed, we are advising you just to encourage you, so that when you get this opportunity, you utilize it effectively. The other recommendation, or just an acknowledgement I want to give, is that Mr. Joseph and your team, I personally, I'm really impressed with the whole leadership and the whole interpretation of everything. But I also want to caution that we as citizens of Namibia, based on the patriotism that was stated and what our Honorable have just stated to say, we are running with the policy so that we finalize it, but we have an equal responsibility as citizens of this country to work along with our leadership to transform and make all these things happen. Not one is pulling on this side, like the gentlemen who are thrown on Castello. One is pulling this side, the other one is pulling on the other side. It becomes a problem. But if we work in an equal, collective direction, I believe we will never be an example of nations which fuel became, or crude oil became a problem. These are the only recommendations I felt I need to state, and I just wish Namibia a whole great success and our leadership for us to trust them, and we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Paulis Ipinge from Angwena constituency. My question is, will Namibia join initiatives, for instance, extractive industries transparency initiatives, whereby everything is announced public? Because we don't want issues like a company pays 500 million to the government, but only 200 million is reported to the public. In short, what anti-corruptions are in place?
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariano Joseph. I'm with the Regional Council. I have a few recommendations, one or two. First, speaking under correction, the policy mandates 35% in procurement and 60% in local workforce production. So how will other regions benefit? So my recommendation basically is to have a quota system, regional quota system. So where basically, for example, regions like Karas, where most of the work will be going, will maybe have, let's say, 20%. And regions that are further, for example, Angwena can get at least 10% and so forth, just to ensure that everyone benefits. And secondly, I'm not so sure, but I would highly recommend a natural resources fund, which can be used in terms of for the savings, and then where the surplus can be used to invest in diversified portfolios, so that we are not limited on, in terms of the domestic economy is not limited in terms of the oil prices being fluctuating, so that we can at least have other sources of revenue coming in to the country. Yeah, thank you.
How many hands do we still have? There's one here. Okay. Maybe after Mr. Mangudu.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Sakaria Mangundung from Ilauna Free Town Council. I think one of the recommendations, and I think a special emphasis would be that the policy itself must really, really hold the highest environmental standards. That is very important, and that mustn't compromise, especially our environment, especially our people. Over the years, we have heard what is happening in the Kavango in relation to Recon Africa. There's so many stories that are there, and I think we must be able to protect our environment. Secondly, as part of mainstreaming this policy, there is a lot of emphasis on job creation, and especially how the youth must be able to position themselves. Now, the policy must do justice in giving information to the people, because the people are only able to contribute when they understand what is happening. Some of these things are new, and especially at the local level, these things are new to many people. But for them to be able to better position themselves, they must have access to this information. So thank you.
There is a hand here, the last one. I'm seeing the last one here.
Tangesh ndapoka mitwaga utapopi unangala Julia amo ndapandula shepangelo ali kufumbinga ukuyanjo muyelele enashanini mainga shinga tulio ntumba pa hatukwigi nini maiwa iwa ame ondale ke ndikwaferwe ngoga shona unene tushina shange ngomo yelela taya ngashi apata kutiwa kucha o Petro fandayo ahaidulu kuyanja emitongeno anu kucha traininga scholars pa kucha o anu vapuha kalavara kukufumbinga unene ngashamo ikupzapa nde edulo detpate hakonje shashinga pay for you fanga kuningwe kucha 18 to 25 ilo 18 to 55 ndengenge ne ovekuli kuliko shiedola data titongo owapate wakonje nayi kwene andela kucha anwipangelo iyali dulu ngo kucha anu avata dulu o ikushi kuchoto dulu nande kuliko shiedola do ukale kucha o ushi kuchoto dulu na bukufumbinga na shetukalengo hatukwatelwa mushashingengo hatale nandengeno pifende icheke kucha anu avene dulu nongo na itatu nafika mumu apeke mufika manu vavali batatu ilo kucha abaveli under 25 apeke peifenga ano batatu leke ufukama keimba bafika nando pubatano ilo baamano mala ngengo hatale kucha ngeno tocheke ondala anu vedula kuja po 35 afia nande pamwe o 50 bafika mumu omwalo otodulu kukalu hapo shashi oyufi kufumbinga minimi hapo ndano abashetuli pakoyela pedula to kesheshimwe tashiningwa otoingo male dulo de kupatela konje kwene ndala tukwaferwe kuchangenge takuyanjwe traininga ilo takuyanjwe scholars pa ilo takuyanjwe shike shina shanono ala kukihonga ngashine mini maite itongo apa edula tikalenga kwetwa nande fio po 45 ilo 50 shashono yegesho yufa yegesho nkulupe yakwato penjela kenu wa shamono kepangelo okulia ikopo malange tashu yako mawalolo na shawatu kufombinga tukalenga tukwaterwa mo minima.
Hello, thank you, Nino Paelapo. Mr. Magali, please come take the podium to give some responses. But I suggest that you also clarify in the vernacular where possible.
Yo, people of Hangwena Ondimuhore, I love you guys. Shashi, your questions and your contribution, wow, impressive. Mr. Sindiba, I will take care of Honorable Hakanyome's question on the issue regarding the percentage. Yeah, but nonetheless, I can also, and if a president, I don't know, vet and petroleum upstream petroleum exploration act. A president, I don't know, and in most cases, we had negotiate between the government, no exploration company. But however, Mr. Sindiba, what they are going to information now. When you ask the question to say, does that mean sharing it with data in some of the blocks? Does that mean that the exploration was not done? Or when you are before you are expecting Oshirambo, Tashidiri, Watashimborwa, Obosheta Mahon Gomad. Mara before manga in the level and diri Oshirambo, or happening Washimashata with the Osaisi. Seismic acquisition, Gele, the Andiemo. Yalo, seismic acquisition in a went a sheet tracker. It's a seismic tracker shooting or seismic. Oshimashono atara shimbo pevipo katiko mataira that way pata oshako hama tracker kandiwete na moshito kwa shino shangwe na ngero ya monikile kwa ashiko ya rokize kulinya nyaka babo na reto ohama ranjono haide ngepevi kutiano wili kohera ona fiti de taide ngepevi tuyeni mo mena na muna tuburu kuva makuzi ya fadhalika kama oshimashoni na shingwane yes exploration na iningwa muna tango ohangwena umashara mashona moshtoporosha wambo ganingiwe exploration at different stages upunale na utiada mohangwena inamuningwa exploration kakileko kuka kumingejea kuka kavango westa ukolela huko na oregona is kavango west or kavango east regona free kavango east okokwa ningiwe ironga upedo ashige nitamuitine kutia itamu grupo ni exploration na puna habara puna indicator ngashi hodara borari kama betativitia opuna mahori ga mwini kwa pokatiko kagora bahwena iponda huyo nona na indicators handiko baroko shete makalena ohokweni haro yako mahori no esharando ototani ni kombikuni baho yone o seismic anyuno oni haika kanja kutia mahori buka kikoga mabe ini mani obo teknikane pa ufupi ina mwini exploration mahawene middlemen. Do we have middlemen for recruitment and does the government has influence on the criteria? Or middlemen so far, yes, otuna bahanga or iliga recruiting agents. Shapitira nemo kwa kutia wende companies tabiani ya kuloko Namibia. Vidrika ne kutio license oina efibeti hoipewa. Vurado tango atuto initial period evura line ngerino mana to ili nyinga na tango evura limbali shikamisho tango na tango ilo ngangino mana to ili nyinga na tango evura limbali shikamisho ngini now o morashi ne na tango thimoni toko ngoko mahori ka kuna lera ko garanti kutiro ngawe otaitsikire ule befizmo o mahangano hagakarane igena uthi kuya kutia wahagia migeno ni technical expertise wahagia migena HR department wahago ni mahangano ya halani go third party recruitment kashi mwana is job unlimited. I think we have that, but there is another mahangano ya the lines of manika unene ya manika whether the pangelo olipya kivira nehunda sana shashi inatushipanda morashi kutia udhiubutu akone kwa munu kutia manga hangano kono haga hayalinga peshara ni hangano liya kumanyironga ugenigene ohaganyo koma shinondi kandishi ukitha kepuloleli apulwa mokutia oshiketu nomahangano tagafutu iyemo ya oloka national shone pangelo nali kila in most cases ohashe toko mahangano koga ingo third party hayali ototi otolongere moske pa yatotara ashike kulimo motige ya totara oilimo uliko tige ya manika ya oposhiri nashikumbe pangelo lipe kidira yele pangelo lina o influence no criteria ini mambino ni mandaika pangalo ku addressing wa local content policy. Yes, currently under the current practices, otuna o influenza ashiki oshona social nesheketa kutia na tukambanda le tukirepo policy o potu kwashiri pale kutia otuna oshiro mwisha kushite mantu itoguru kuganja o directive ngere iniga mena novela tate no not here. Okay. Otuna do have otuna or database or registry report register or youth graduate. Yes, otushina ngai mwene mudafika mamano that time manga kwa ine koshio ministry of mines and energy Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy ongai umwe wanu mali impedira no kukoreti ngai CV na nyasha kwali hatuningi o adveta taipitifa ko kepanjalo ministry no kwali haipiti moshifu inashi sakonea olike obogutike mumitone jino o upstream petroleum unit hoko ne ndilipa ife oipya kivira okutameka o usinga apa nuna neta tameke na tango ogatuka tsikira no shina kuoleka sho na tango tsikira na tango toka hatu one na petro fund yesu wa paife okuna data resamino ke kwashi wa Namibia una qualification nenge uno qualification mahori ni mzee mahori nenge wa hala uno qualification jitayo kutura digital learning welding atoguri wa public a bit of upscaling otoguri na tango kuishanyika mwenye tabisa opoi work permit lile langu hadi lilika mevura lila huwe na Ministry of Home Affairs oya haiti ndile la okuganje permit opope o permit mungashinge lekinopa ifewe ulomi mwana Namibia uno kukara lela waganja etomero kutia omorwa shike ndino kukusa foreigner kajisho Namibia ohoka pewa no permit ndino kutia onseo njiuna kaimole na moshino ashike ngomo ili ngo permit ndino toipewa ashike no kulinyi ngo permit ndino ngero wali wetu amuganje transfer muskila ekimora la peshuliro de na tango tuindire uwengele oshiri ashika kama shiri upe mitajo mbone pangiro la kusakolele ngako Mr. Shia, thank you for the recommendation geno kwali andivulu geno anditi peo bare la wewe mahori ndogo pandura ya tate Paulus Pinge omapuro we they are all nema with the powe ugena shara no transparency and corruption mo presentation ndeshi patulura kutia tutameke ni pause o transparency utaikara kwike ngelengwe mwene kwashiwa na ogwewa tokora kutia itandiki kufungitanga kufungika ni maupe shashi euvo poli mo public abuti wa anyironga tuli membere wa nene ngasemba tuli membere wa pangelo sanwa ehepere ni ndishi athigona andiani ndino agenda ni ndishi nguno kinashena andiani fagero ga kutopo agenda ni pandita ni pandipiti oseni hatuningitheni anambelewa yakuse ombingamini ma corruption tuikeleleni aholiki ya o corruption ane kutia what are the opuna ngika epurolengo ndilite kuna kutia what are the measures for to carry corruption o policy kenjo o venta ke o shimashino shiko shiko ngitho shinipo kukere corruption ashike as the administrators and the bearers of that venta ndio yatuwa oseni hatuita guki oshafara mewu tatena yomete ngombe tati ineyamo oheta pia lenga mewu branje ashiko kambala umono matongero uye mewumbo mnomo na ime wenenga kongulo shinega so o principal aiheimwe tonenda kuti akutya oseni na tuikeleleni yoka puna engika o initiative ayimwe tega karako okukelera ulingiringa shikutura ponula oveka otuno kuyirobige ti kwaterera ko document no ngero to alukala tu transparent na kukelera ulingiringa show corruption Tate Mariano Apura, how would the region benefit Shashu Watara Nemu Kwatia Kutia Maholo Gamoni Kwaneko Karasa, Hangwena Iriko Kureka, Zambezi is far, and so on. Andi dimburuka to ituna ontumba we hangano liamo mo Namibia tario kutaneko ironga. Leo kumana msimane kwa nemeko nini shiro. Okomba yeta tamikiro. Dete hapo direct kakutia anemba tamu tetamu kana joji employment. Kwa theli ngeke sheko region. Ngero apungwa neri onondo na kumwe. Anu mbono na kali ya sani region na dilono. Tune region na dilono kwa nini ndishi? Wahuwa na dilono kamba na ane ukise ni region na neri onondo na hii. Kutia na toka kwa criteria hii. Inakusa admiration melongo. And that is a principle that we are going to follow. Itatu tike anu naze kukarasa. Ashiki ngali midire ne kutesha abono nironga ko karasa akwetu garugeri nako magumba. Otunene shimashia wa muniro ga karasa uri muhangwe no poa kaninga ko karasa. Toka ya uri ko karasa hangwe na karamoa. Tugalugeri ko magumba. Yeah. The Natural Resource Benefit Fund shapo tuna punane Velvicia Sovereign Wealth Fund ajai ipo yo imwe ufanda ndiete yapumbi wango kukalongiswa collecting revenue yonata izi imali okuzane mo menzo dino za mahori yone ngiki imali ya mero tatu kiilongitha ngani for other benefits ashina tatu kopi economic diversification kandiwe tengato akungo kukiritinga kwa imwe ilili nondio penoni itangika na shikali ngani na it can be a recommendation. Environmental standard and policy it must work the talk and that will be Namibian youth quoting Recon Africa was a mama who was up on Jehono with a Tagazi Ugenji on Jehono Shinasha no environment no ushitwi na ugamen ndaro kuyerifa shimashimwe o ngeroto tara nyanita yaro ngerotara okamemba ya ngerotara okamemba ondaro kukuwekira biashara Masharangono ngoegatara masharangono inagakwaterwamo ogakondororwako ku bloka mbono eisisa tamahoro omasharanga gagamenwa paushitwe inakupitikwa o ehangano likaninge o exploration ya metosha inakupitikwa ehangano likaninge o exploration ya mahori Mombwa National Park mano ke eshara lyagamenwa pa ushitwe lya demarcating bakutia dino eshara lyagamenwa itu kunesi bwethere mboka ningemo ironga inashana maholi so nena no shiri nenge ikutia na tu kotokele niyo na tango o media sa ano ma popio tagazi mo information na ivindwa shashi okuno nutatra ilinga wa agenda okuzapoji epangero nengesenya Namibia atuvole ni ukogifele pangero ndinga senya Namibia nase ndongoto linangange no kukaleka ko eshito lero inatupungwa umaere tagazi konjweshiro ngo tayoto ngore kutia utamuningi fima ya imambiro na tuiko togeni na policy copy environmental protection and health and safety shino oshimarena shiripo nongeto kwa mahori okura na tangoga nyingi wa environmental impact assessment nonge na tango walongo pesa lumba oka kwa uwanje wa rehabilitation kutia walonga kwa sababu kwa sababu damage njia hii hapo kutoki kontrola na kwa cha tengine Meme Julia Nangara. Is it Nangara? Okay. Meme Julia, I cannot comment much further. Oshile kupandula. Ekemo ndonondiri uvite. Ya ngikira rakanole pangiro popya ngane ko youth in most cases dishi abuti yo youth ngano shibana shikomungula. Problem no youth ini na omuno. Shane wape ufanda ke pangero mbwe onkale lipone wakulundwe watu limbwe nini natango memewe tatewe itavune ngiyo brother onkulu ninakwatelwamo ndeshi wapewa benefit wadibwana lokwesushi mbwe ya giga na tuti ngane kutia na tukale ngane nenjira ngene kutia na ngane mbaya pitirira ekibindino yo akuti oyo sabuju recommendation about no makeno ngeno wala kutikeko ya gandianga ni mara kutaka unashake training na mashine ya petrofanda amba moroka kuna na age restriction kesho nataka kufunga neno environment kwa ndani kwa komanda ngo wile wengine ukao ukao skora ngwewa oga ni requirement na tu hapo ai kapuna restriction asije obiga imene gashike fanta kuzake kagero monondo litemwa ahoje asimane kwa alei meme hamtumwa and fatima meme kunia shinga makimo ngabo punano gepa ipo ashike na tutale ningamutembika ataika ndesiba ngati ateni mapuro ndegama nagonga alibikira nje andika anje kuti sijima meme kunia sotomana.
Thank you. I think I will touch on the percentages. Okay. There are a number of acts which mandates what percentages should be negotiated, and then the people who decide are the custodians of this act. So one of them is the Exploration and Production Act. That one has got a 5% mandated royalty. Unless that is amended, nothing can happen. Now, we have done a benchmark, looked at Guyana, other countries, what is their percentage in terms of royalty. So worldwide, a study done by the International Monetary Fund makes an average of 10% royalty. Do you want to increase yours from 5% to 10%? That means you need to amend the act, and it has to go to Parliament. On the tax, there is a specific tax for petroleum, and it's called Petroleum Income Tax. That is the act. It mandates 35% on all the profits. And then that one, I think there has been a number of reviews and things like that. So then be on the lookout when that one is to be amended as well. Petroleum Income Tax. Maybe it will come from the Ministry of Finance. Then there is something we call the Model Petroleum Agreement. This is given to a company that is going to get a license. And in that agreement, they will tell the government, on top of the 5% and the 35% you are collecting under the other acts, any profitable undertaking or project can be taxed, and then this one you negotiate it. The people that negotiate it, there is a government negotiating team in the previous mines and energy, but I would expect it would be whoever is the regulator. So you negotiate on what those percentages are going to be. Historically, I've seen them to be very small. I've seen them to be 3%, 2% on top of something, but, well, it's a negotiation. And then the 10% participation to NAMCO is also squeezed into that agreement. So government says, okay, how much are you willing to give to NAMCO? Is it for free, or is NAMCO going to pay it back, or what is that negotiation? So then they will tell, okay, if I will spend this much billions, I'm only willing to carry for 10%. If it is more than that, NAMCO must pay for themselves the extra percent above 10. So if NAMCO wants 50%, it means 10%, this is a different arrangement for free or something like that, or on loan, and then the other, you will have to pay immediately as you are incurring the costs. So those are the percentage. Then I think on the anti-corruption ratification, perhaps the publishing of the amount of oil produced in a year by the government. This is provided for in that act, the Exploration and Production Act, that the amount produced shall be released in the government gazette. We haven't produced yet, so you have not seen this before. But when we start producing, the government gazette will be there saying, year one, company one produced this many barrels, and this should be the tax. So that should give a transparency issue. Now the money collected and those calculations, we can reconcile with the collecting people, NAMRA and the rest. And then I think I'll just add on the amount, the Will Witcher Fund, which Joseph touched on. I've seen a draft bill talking about how much money can be taken from the oil to go there, things like how can it be administered. But it's a draft, so all of what I'm saying here is there are regulation and instruments. Perhaps let's be on the lookout when these things are being mentioned, especially our politicians. This is their job, to be able to see which of these acts need amendment, and then it can be taken from there. From us, whatever percent you give us in the act, we shall administer as such. Thank you very much.
Yes. Let's give Mr. Makali and Mr. Sibimba another round of applause. Yes, we are getting close to the program, to the end of the program. But before we go to the closing remarks, I would just like to request Honorable Governor to come and make some statements.
Thank you very much. Leaders, fellow community members, thank you very much for all the contribution that has been given, questions, comments. I believe it was very impactful for Honorable Shilunga and the team. Thank you as well to the team. I think there are two things that I want to fundamentally contribute to the conversation. that I think are important. And my brother, you just touched on them now when it comes to the 54% or the percentage. Now, I see that there is a breakdown of how we are able to benefit financially from the different taxes, etc., that is being there. And I would like to recommend that the act that speaks to the amount of royalty you can claim, Honorable Shilunga, that it gets amended. Because if you look at that pie chart, your royalty bracket is really the most consistent and safest bracket that you can actually have. The rest is either through negotiation, depending on how you negotiate, depending on the profits that are derived from the company. But if the royalty is fixed at a certain percentage, you are not able to change that. Now, 5% in my view is too low for us to actually claim as royalties. Yes, the oil is ours. And if industry dictates that it's at around 10% average, I would like to recommend Honorable Shilunga that we increase the royalty percentage between 8 and 10%. I know the fact that it will be private companies that will be coming, that will actually be extracting the oil. So maybe as a start, because we are just starting, between 8 to 10%, but definitely 5% is very, very low for us as a country. Because your royalties are payments for the right to extract minerals, oil, or gas from the land that belongs to the state. So that is my first contribution. Secondly, it is with regards to, and somebody mentioned it, with regards to what do you do with the money once you have received it, this percentage, whatever it will be. And I would really like to recommend that we use the Sovereign Wealth Fund that has been established already. But more than that, we need to think sustainability, looking into the future. So beyond investing in the now in terms of infrastructure development, provision of services, I would like to recommend Honorable Shilunga that we look at a certain percentage that is kept for the future generations and that is kept for disaster management or whatever natural occurrences that we might actually experience, such as COVID that we experienced a few years ago. So to agree on a certain percentage out of the full pool that you would then just leave and say, this we do not touch for now, it is for the future. And then the other one is with regards to the understudy. And I must appreciate the policy. It's very well thought out, very well crafted in terms of how do we develop the skills. Now we have the Employment Equity Act in the country, and that Employment Equity Act dictates or prescribes that any expatriate should have an understudy, and I see that in this policy. However, having the regulation, what I've seen firsthand is having the regulation in place in terms of a law, in terms of policies, is one thing, but enforcing the implementation is another. And I would really like to recommend that the unit really looks at enforcing that as many Namibians are exposed and capacity is built as possible. Because what you practically find in these companies is a work permit will be provided to an expatriate, and for 10, 15 years, this work permit is just doing understudy on one single Namibian. Now we will not be able to develop capacity if it's only within one person. So we should look at how do we distribute the development of capacity amongst many Namibians. I fully agree with the issue around the age restriction, and we should perhaps look at how do we make sure that even beyond the age of 35, Namibians benefit from this process. And then with that, I would like to recommend, I have seen it in the policy, but maybe looking at much more your business participation strategy. It needs to be deliberate to make sure that all regions actually benefit. And then lastly is the corporate social responsibility. I'm not sure if I have seen it in the policy. I think it's very important that these companies that will be doing business within the oil sector, that we monitor their CSR, because they come into the country, they identify groups, for example, like the veterans have been used very much as part of CSI, because it is a group that would be able to meet the requirements, but at the end of the day, you do not see the investment into the community. So that is one element I would like to recommend, that we really make sure that the CSR is implemented and that it's actually monitored across the board. With that, thank you very much for a very well crafted and very well thought out policy, and we really, really look forward to its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. Yes. Lastly, we'll give the chance to Honorable Shilunga just to come and say a final word before we get to the closing remarks. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Director of the Proceedings. Before I get to my concluding remarks, I would just like to respond to some few observations. And I would start with the question on whether we do have a register for the skills that are available, but our young people are unemployed. I have earlier alluded to the collaboration and coordination between us as the unit and the different ministries. And we all know that the Ministry of Labor also keeps the register, but Petro Fund is also registering those skills. So far they have registered so many young people, and they continue to register. And I would just like to request perhaps that Honorable Governor, you can also facilitate this exercise for the young people that have the skills and are not registered, just to be in contact with us. We give you perhaps the information that is needed so that regional skills that are available can be made and be sent to Petro Fund. Having said that, there is also a question on whether we can have regional quota system. Perhaps not a regional quota system. What we are emphasizing to do, and we have already started with the latest advert by Petro Fund, it's the invitation or the advertisement to be channeled through the regional council and the governor's office, so that the young people can come to those offices in the region and be able to apply, and also for them to be able to get the application forms. So that application, that advert comes with the guidelines as to what are the requirements and how those forms can be processed. So far, perhaps I would also like to apologize, because when I was engaging the governor here, she informed me that they have not received the applications. But it is not only here where it came from. We also observed this in Oceania region, but we realized also that some of the regional councils have received the applications and never shared with the governors. So therefore, we will make sure that the governor gets these applications so that our young people can then apply. And we want really the regional leadership to make sure that we get applications from this exercise, because it's something that happened in the past. Information is sent to the regions and no applications have come forth. And this we can only blame on the regional leadership. Otherwise, let us work together and make sure that we do the right thing. And then there was also the issue on environmental standards to be kept when exploration and production is taking place. Yes, this policy might not cover so much on environment because we already have the laws that are talking to environment. We have the Environmental Management Act with the Ministry of Environment. We also do have a Petroleum Exploration and Production Act that talks to how these activities should be performed. And we have so many others, framework on rehabilitation and so many others that are talking to the environment. And the issue also of talking about, there were many stories that were coming from Kavango East with respect to Recon Africa. I just want to caution here the members of the Ohangwena region to say, when we hear about these stories coming up, we have to look at it in two ways. Who are those people that are talking too much about this? Are these perhaps the Westerners that do not want us to exploit our oil? Or maybe it's coming from genuine concerns. And I remember very well, there was a time when the issue of Recon Africa was coming, and it was brought about by a certain church from Cape Town. But we have the same church here in Namibia, but they are not complaining. Why should we listen to those that are coming from outside? We must also be cautious, because as we are exploiting our oil, some countries are already looking at us like Namibia is going to become rich, and they want to stop us from doing that. Some of them will come talking about energy transition. We need to go to clean energy. We need to be green. Yes, but in Namibia, like any other country, those that are exploring and producing oil, we are saying, yes, when it comes to the energy policy of our country, we believe in the energy mix. We will tap from all the energy resources that we have, whether it is green hydrogen, whether it is hydro, whether it is renewable, like the solar or wind or biomass. Those are all part of resources that we believe they can be, we can exploit, including now the oil and gas. And so many other countries are doing that. Now you find those ones that do not want Namibia to prosper, and they will come with their own stories to talk about energy transition. So we must listen very carefully and find out as to who is saying that and why. So it's very important. Then, Meme Nangala, you were talking about the age limit. It is true, and the governor has also alluded to that. Honorable Governor, the age limit is a thorn in the flesh. And you remember very well that we have those graduates that completed their studies on time, but were unable to find the job. And in the process, they got out of the age limit category. And this, I will only say, it is a good point. We have taken note of that, and we'll discuss it further to see whether there's something that can be done. And Honorable Governor, on your comments, I would like to really appreciate the comments that you have made for us to really look at our royalty. We have done this in mining. We can also do it in oil and gas. And the enforcement of implementation, yes, It's not only coming from here, it is also coming from some other regions that we used to put up good policies, but we fail to implement. But in this one, I would like to promise that we will really, really try our best to make sure that we implement what the policy is asking for. Now, we are at the end. I'm not here to do the vote of thanks, but I would like to say something. Director of the proceeding, Honorable Governor, Honorable Shifidi, Honorable Regional and Local Authority Councillors, and Your Worship, the Mayor, and the community of Angwena at large, and our viewers that are participating virtually. As we are here, this engagement is being streamed, and it's not only us here in the room, there are also viewers around the world that are with us together, and I would also like to recognize them. As I was seated there, I have received so many comments already coming from social media because we have those viewers with us. Therefore, I would like to register our appreciation and gratitude that you participated fully in this very important engagement, marking the regional consultation on the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy. Now, Honorable Governor, ladies and gentlemen, and the community at large, you have empowered us. This was fruitful, and this was the second last consultation. We will be in Oshikoto on Wednesday, just after tomorrow, when we will round off this exercise countrywide. Then the final document cannot be completed without your valuable inputs as the people of Angwena and all other regions that participated. Therefore, Honorable Governor, once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shilunga, for the concluding remarks. We are moving towards the end, and at this juncture, I would like to call upon Honorable Shifidi to come and give us the closing remarks. Honorable.
Director of Ceremony, Honorable Kadiva Amtuma, Governor of Ohangwena Region, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Presidential Advisor and Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit under the Presidency, and the esteemed team. Honorable Erickson Dawanifa, Chairperson of the Management Committee of Ohangwena Region Council, whom I stand in due to the other equal important commitments. Your Worship Omri On Kavanje, Mayor of EENHANA Town Council, all regional and the local authority councillors present, Mr. Philippus Shilongo, Chief Regional Officer, Ohangwena Regional Council, traditional and spiritual leaders present, members of the business community, esteemed members of Regional Development Coordinating Committee, youth representatives, media, and Director of Proceedings. I would like to thank you, the Director, by directing this program, which was scheduled to end at 16 hours, but you drive so fast. Anyway, it's a recommendable way. 120 is really recommendable way. So this program will end now at 14 hours. Please allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Governor by using time to be with us. Allow me also to thank Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Presidential Advice and the head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit under the Presidency, and to thank Mr. Petrus, the name is so Sinduba, sorry, Sindiba, and Mr. Joseph Amakali for your good presentations which you share with us. Really, it was so very nice, and we have learned a lot from you. Thank you very so much. Please allow me to acknowledge your presence today and thank all of you for responding to this public invitation. National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy. Your dedications, commitments, and presence are highly appreciated. Through collective efforts and participatory planning with regional inhabitants in consultation with stakeholders, we can develop the Ohangwena region. Your positive contributions and the deliberations during this gathering will enrich the policy with local content as expected. And, of course, will address the plight, hopes, and interests of Ohangwena region inhabitants in realizing their dreams. It remains our collective wish that policy will benefit our people towards the realization of the Namibia Development Plan 6 and DP6 and the Namibian Vision 2030 as our long-term development plan. In conclusion, on behalf of the people of Ohangwena region, I hereby officially close this meeting and extend my sincere gratitude to all of you, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sifidi, for closing off our gathering. Next is the closing prayer by Reverend Lazarus Akwake, and then that will be followed by the national and AU anthems. So after the prayer, let's all rise for the anthems. And then let's not forget, we are needed for the photo session just immediately after the anthems, just at the entrance of the hall there. Reverend.
Thank you once again. May we bow our head in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we conclude this gathering, We still reflect on your word according to Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 7, which call us to seek the peace and the prosperity in a place you put us, and for seeking the well-being for all of our people. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to come together, to share ideas, to work toward common goals. We pray for your blessings upon our nations. May your peace reign in the streets. May you give us wisdom so that we might drive these nations to the prosperity. As we are about to departure, we ask you, Lord, to protect us from all evil and to guide us so that everything we may do, it may glorify your name. We pray in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend. May we all rise for the anthems.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sky and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.